X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is so good to see all of you. I'm sorry for stream not starting as it usually does today. Like, you know, at the time I said it would. I had an issue with my AC, and I asked my landlord to fix it, because, you know, that's his job. And he said he'd do it today sometime in the afternoon. And I couldn't really get an exact time, because he said it would be when he's able, and I was just like, okay. And so I decided to schedule my stream for as late as I reasonably could tonight. Because I figured in the afternoon, he meant like 2 or 3 p.m. But he meant like 10 minutes before I go live. So I was like 50% of the way done getting ready for stream, and then I have a knock at my door from my landlord. I've got to let him in, and I've got to let him go to the AC, and he starts fixing it. And then he fixed it pretty quickly. Here's the thing, though. He was very, very talkative. He was quite talkative, and that was really what made me late. I explained to him that I tell my landlord I work for Google, and that I have meetings instead of streams. And so I said I have a meeting at 5 p.m. on the dot that I really have to be at, and I have to be on camera and all that. But he still kept getting me, like, he's an older guy, so he was just, I imagine he's just kind of talkative, but he kept on starting conversations. I was like, fuck, I want to get back to stream. Yeah, I work for Google. Yeah, that's literally what I tell people when I'm getting a haircut, or I'm at the doctor or the dentist, and they ask me, what do you do? I say I work for Google. And they ask, what do you do for Google? I say, oh, boring stuff. Yeah, it's just data analytics stuff. It's super boring. I'm basically just poring over documents and writing spreadsheets all day. I spend a lot of time on spreadsheets, and I just pull as much bullshit out of my ass as I can. And the worst is when they keep asking questions because they have a little bit of experience in that area of expertise, and I've got to bullshit someone who knows knows about that kind of stuff. It's like, should I just tell them, sorry, I'm lying, I'm a YouTuber, and I was just ashamed to admit it? Guys, the issue is, if you're not as popular as Mr. Beast and someone asks you, what do you do? And you say, I'm a YouTuber, no one takes you seriously. Like, you have to be someone who is known, right? To be able to claim you're a YouTuber to like the average person. They're just gonna think you're weird. So you say you work for Google. Just say you're a YouTube content moderator. Nah. Also, you know how many stories about YouTubers, like, so many people only know about YouTube for cat videos and only know YouTubers for all the scandals, like the pedophiles and the groomers and the Jake Pauls and the scam artists and the crypto scammers and whatnot. Like, I don't want that to be what gets called the mind, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's two sides. There's the people who tell absolutely no one in real life that they meet that they do YouTube, and people who blab about it to everybody. The people who blab about it to everybody typically are either A, not very successful on YouTube to begin with, or B, extremely insecure and sometimes abusive types. Anyway. God, my whole schedule got screwed up by my landlord coming up here. I need to go grab a water really fast. I'll be right back. I meant to do that, but that's when he knocked on les door. I need to buy a shopping cart online so I can walk with it to the grocery store. Of course, I need to like plaster like a big sign on it, just weld a sign to it that says, "This is Alex's shopping cart. I did not steal it from the store. This is my shopping cart," so that I can walk to the grocery store, get my groceries, and walk it back. That's the meta. No gas money spent, no spending money on like grocery delivery. And I live in Seattle. It's super easy to pull that off. I just need to buy a grocery cart. I literally need to make a trip that's nothing but for Monster Energy. I need to be able to like wheel home 6 boxes of Monster Energy. Oh, you live in Seattle? Hell yeah, I do. My favorite city I've ever lived in. My favorite state I've ever lived in. Except for the gun policy. The gun policy here is so fucking cucked. Here, I can't have a magazine that can hold more than 10 rounds. In Florida, because I've got my concealed weapons license, I could walk into a Rural King in Florida, drop $1,600 on an AR-15, sit there for 10 minutes while they background check me, and then I can walk right out of there because I got my concealed weapons license, no waiting period or anything. That's America right there. No, I'm fine with waiting periods. I think they're good. As I've said a million times, what I have a problem with when it comes to gun policy are outright bans of certain weapons from any form of civilian ownership, regardless of like, the, like, legal background and the intent of use of the person who wants to buy said firearm. In Illinois, I can't buy an air gun bigger than, .7 or .7177. Sorry, I'm fucking high right now. Or going over 800 FPS. You can't buy an air gun that goes faster than that? That's crazy. They have limits on your air guns. I guess that makes sense, because, I mean, people use them for hunting. I've killed many a rat with an air gun. My uncle had a rat infestation in his attic back in his house in Florida, and it was a problem. And so I bought some light bulbs that were green and red from the store, because rats can't see green or red light. Waited for nighttime when they came out, and I set up a sniper's nest on the opposite side of the room from the water heater that they were coming up from. And, you know, I spent all day before that zeroing in my scope. It was perfectly accurate, and I had a really good base to set it on, and not a single rat suffered. And at first I felt bad, until one of them fell behind the hot water heater, and the next morning I looked behind the hot water heater to, like, get the dead rat from back there so I could throw it away with the rest of them. I shit you not, they'd gone full Walking Dead on their dead friend that was behind the hot water heater. I don't know how I didn't guess they would do this, but they fucking ripped him open and ate his entrails. I stopped feeling as bad about shooting the rats after that, after I saw what they did to their dead friend. That made me feel much less empathy for them. I like rats, like pet rats are cute and awesome and beautiful little babies. Pest rats, though, are fucking creatures of hellish lore. If you have a pet rat, I'm sure it's a beautiful, cute little baby. But those were not cute little baby rats. They were not pet rats. Yeah, no, pet rats are awesome. Like, rats themselves, no matter what, are extremely intelligent creatures. But also, wild ones, or I shouldn't say wild ones. Wild ones are also fine. Like, wild rats living out in the wild, completely fine. That's actually why I chose to do it the way that I did. The only other alternative that would have been reasonable, because traps weren't working, was poison. Problem is, if we used poison, it could have done two things. The poison could have spread to a population outside of the house, to wild rats out in the world that are doing their own thing and not bothering anyone, where they're supposed to be helping the environment and being part of the food chain. And poisoned rats could get outside and get eaten by an owl. My uncle's backyard has like 4 resident owls that you can see every like early morning or at dusk. They would eat one of those poisoned rats and probably die, or give it to their babies and their babies would die. Those were the considerations I was thinking about when I was, you know, considering how do I deal with my uncle's rat problem. So the best way was air rifle. Owls are great. Oh, chat, guess what? I started Stormblood today. I finished Heaven's Word the day before yesterday. Yesterday, I spent all day grinding Ninja. All the way up to level 60. So I could play Ninja in Stormblood. And I've now started Stormblood. I've taken like a pretty big chunk out of the expansion for FF14 Stormblood. and it is super fun. It is so goddamn fun. The quality increase has been insane. The trailer isn't really spoilery or anything, so I guess I could show it to you guys. Like, if you're one of the people who's playing through FF14 and you don't want to see this, you can, like, dip out for a minute. But this trailer doesn't really spoil anything. The one thing it could kind of spoil, you don't have enough context to even recognize it as a spoiler. Like, it'll hit you after you get the reveal, and then you'll say, oh, that was a spoiler! I saw that before, oh! But you don't even have enough context to know yet. Unless, like, locations are a spoiler to you, but besides that, it should be okay to see this if you're one of the people in my free company. Which, by the way, if you want to be epic and play video games with me, play epic video game with your favorite streamer, click that link. And you can join my Discord server that leads to the free company that I run with my friend Ethan called Soul Strikers in Final Fantasy XIV. We've got hundreds of members at this point and are continuing to grow. The more the merrier. We, are just having a fucking blast, and I am getting more and more hooked on FF14 with each day I play it and the further I get into the story. But, yeah, this is the expansion that I just started today after leveling up my ninja to 60. It is fun. The theme of Heavensward's pretty awesome, but the whole idea of taking down a fascist empire that this expansion is based on is pretty cool. You're spoiled, J-Dubs. You're very spoiled for that. 2 gaming PCs. I was just here in the game, earlier today. I say nothing about this character. I say nothing. This guy is, like, the stand-in for your player character. The Warrior of Light. This is my favorite expansion, which also introduces my favorite character. I'm really liking it so far, Bal. It's really fun. You gotta join me on it tonight. I got a dungeon to run. Like, as soon as I get on. Monk versus Pugilist, I think. I don't know what class Redacted is supposed to be in that cutscene. In this scene. The Warrior Light's a monk, but I don't know what he's supposed to be. Monk too? Okay. Where the Empire is. She's a pugilist, okay. Hey, Pillow. We're watching the Stormblood trailer for FF14. I'm about to go here in the game. Next quest, I go here. I'm excited to play Samurai because of this bit. This is your character as a samurai. Yeah, Pillow, you need to get back into FF14. This is what you got ahead of you. Jesse Cox calls this location Anime Japan. I was gonna comment on the fact that all of the people in the Eastern-inspired nations in this game are white, but, like, their clothing, their manner of speaking, their architecture, and their culture is entirely, like, in Kugane, it's Japanese-inspired, and my understanding of, like, when you go to the bigger continent, I forgot the name of, is, like, the north part of it is inspired by, like, Mongolia, and the southern part of it's inspired by China. Yeah, Doma, thank you. But like, all the people are white, but then you remember, this game is made entirely by Japanese people. Just entirely. Pretty much by Japanese people. So it's like, I mean, can't say it's cultural appropriation if they're the ones doing it. I mean, fuck. I mean, if they want to depict the Eastern nations as being a bunch of white people, but with their culture, I mean, okay. I can't criticize it. That's normal for Japan. Yeah, I mean, anime depicts, like, tons of Japanese characters as pretty much white, like, white-looking. But then you see, like, you watch Death Note, and you're like, oh, all these Japanese characters look pretty white, honestly. And then you see how they depict Americans, and you're like, never mind. There's the homies. This is a cool expansion. It's literally all about stoking a revolution against a fascist regime. That is the Empire. It's a fun expansion so far. I like the being a revolutionary theme of this one. It's pretty awesome. Like, the general premise, for lack of spoilers, on opposite sides of the world pretty much, because the land that the Empire is in is about the size of, like, Russia. So, like, you know how big Russia is. Like, if Russia were to attack Japan and then England at once, basically, is what the geographic comparison of what's happening here. And so you're trying to stoke a revolution against the fascist regime in the geographical equivalent to, say, England, as well as in the geographical equivalent to China. So you're basically going to opposite sides of the world to stoke a revolution against a fascist empire on both fronts, or on two different fronts. So pretty cool setup. Oh, I'm burping like crazy because this Monster Energy. Anyway, hot damn, there's a lot of people out right now. So good to see all of you guys. Let me check how many people joined the free company for my shilling for it. Let me check that recruitment. We got one new person? Just one? Just one? Come on. Look at that. Look at that link. Click that link. You guys know that Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial. Like, and a real free trial. I mean, like, you don't have to put in any payment info, is what I mean. Like, an actual free trial. All the way up to the expansion I'm on. No time limits. Hundreds of hours of free content. The free trial is just literally one of the best free trials in gaming. It's ridiculously generous for what you get for completely free. And mind you, all you have to do is sign up. There's no put in your credit card info, but you're starting a free trial. It's just, all right, log in, motherfucker. It's time to play. There's some limitations. You won't be able to join the free company if you use the free trial, but you can join our link shell, which is basically the same, and I'll still friend you. And so you'll still see, like, you'll get all the benefits. There'll be really no different. And the only other downside is I don't think players can trade you other items and you can trade with other people in-game, which is a little bit of a, like, drawback, but considering all the benefits you get, it's worth considering. Hi, Cherry. Please do not die of starvation. All right. I gotta read some donos really fast. We got good content today? Yeah, you got me some good segments. You got me some good topics to cover today. Chat's in for a good stream. Agamotto1313, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It's a very kind $5. Presumably, let me know if I'm wrong. It says, greetings and salutations. Thanks for that. I appreciate the $5, but I don't appreciate the uwu. JDubs91, thank you for the $5 donation in the form of a tier 1 sub. Correct me if I'm wrong if it's a multi-monther, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then Gurney Tath, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you for the $5. Very based of you. Didn't say anything either, but I really appreciate it. Stop uwooing me. What are you guys doing? Stop this. /ban all users who use the term uwu. My entire chat just evaporates in an instant. Apilla, are you gonna hop on FF14 tonight? No! Wait, Apilla, don't actually do that. Unmute them. Wait, that's so many people you have to unmute. Holy shit. Apilla, you have to unmute those people. My chat's gonna be dead. Did it go through or I don't think it muted anyone. Did it work? Okay, it seems like it's unmuted. Cool, cool. Yeah, I thought that was like a command to mute everybody. I don't know if there's a command to unmute though. I don't know what it is at least. I was worried there that like my entire chat would be muted for like 10 minutes. Uwu might be someone's account. Yeah, that's true. I might hop on FF14. Nice. You're gay if you don't, though. You need to know this. You're actually very gay if you do, though. That's the thing, because FF14 has quite the LGBTQIA+ community. If I, like quite definitively a very LGBT community. I believe the largest and most popular YouTuber who makes FF14 content that's like high tier quality is trans as well. Just to give you an idea of how significant. Yeah, Pint. Here we go. I was like halfway through watching a Pint video previously, so it's like resuming midway through. But yeah, like literally this is one of the largest FF14 content creators, period, and she's trans.
On blood, I beat Shadowbringers. The video took so long to make, I finished Endwalker now. Script says I got laid. Real zinger there, Script Pint, very funny. I think I even convinced myself I had given up. Would it even be that good of a video? It probably wouldn't be worth the effort. There's probably a reason it's been standing for 5 years. And that reason might well be that simply no one cares about Kagane, and that I could live my life letting Emo have his record. Other videos.
This is about her trying to conquer someone else's world record for a parkour challenge in a tower in Kugane. Pretty cringe to try to go for that record, personally. I'm not even gonna try. That's what she did. And then immediately lost the record. She got the record in this video, and the person who she got the record won the record from, immediately won it back. Like a day later, like an hour later. Just immediately came back to the game after like years away, and then beat her new record that beat his old one. Like after an hour. It's fucking rough. But it's still funny as fuck. I love that level of pettiness, LMFAO. Generally, the FF14 community is pretty much the most positive gaming community you can ever find yourself in. Like, negativity is not, like, accepted to the point of... I saw a cat girl in Limsa the other day, and I laughed at her. I did the laugh emote in game and, like, laughed at her because she was short, like, really short. I then went on with my day, like, for 10 minutes or so. Cherry was in call for this. Cherry can confirm. 10 minutes later, I get a private DM in the game chat from this player who I simply laughed at in the middle of a capital city flooded with hundreds of other players, who messages me something along the lines of, "Excuse me, but what exactly is so funny about me that you felt the need to laugh at my character?" I don't respond for like 3 minutes. They add another message. I'd really appreciate if you would respond. Like, it was written in the same way that a woke scold would write it. I'd never felt more positive that I'd accidentally upset a very sensitive Twitter lefty in a video game before. I'm pretty certain that person knows who I am as a YouTuber and hates me and thinks I'm racist, and then just got mad at me in FF14 without realizing it's me. That's how certain I am of the woke scold vibes. I simply responded, "I didn't mean anything by it. I just hadn't seen any characters as short as yours yet in game, besides Lalafels, so I laughed." And then they didn't say anything. Hey, Holly. Holly, are you gonna hop on FF14 tonight? I just started the second expansion, and oh my god. It's so goddamn good. Each expansion, there's just more and more voice-acted cutscenes, too. My least favorite thing about FF14 early on was all the reading. But now, like, there's barely any. And I heard it just gets better and better from this point, so I'm hyped. I'm not ready for it to be over. Alright, everybody. A lot of people out today. Thank you all for being here. Consider dropping a like, and if you want to support me a little more than just dropping a like on the stream, which, reminder, goes a really long way, it always does, consider subscribing, gifting a sub, or donating on my website, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or you could even buy merch. Links are all in the description. But besides that, thank you for just being here. I appreciate it. Let me get the first segment ready. Yeah, Cherry, but the thing is with FF14, the first expansion, or at least, sorry, the first half of the first expansion, or not the first expansion, but the first, like, version of the game before you get to the second expansion, Heavensward, the first half of the first version of the game is pretty much nothing but reading with, like, 3 or 4 cutscenes that are voiced. Then, after the halfway point, when you beat the patch 1 of A Realm Reborn, then things start to really ramp up, and there's a lot more voice acting, and then Heavensward is where things really start to pick up. And, I mean, from there, it's just been a constantly escalating sort of uphill quality graph. You gotta remember, by the way, each expansion came out years after the previous one, so you can see the technological advancements in every way between expansions. So the graphics have gotten better on the gear, the character designs have gotten better, the voice acting has gotten better, the graphics and the environments and the world design has gotten better, the worlds have gotten bigger, weapon and armor, graphics have gotten better, and higher pixel count, higher polygon count. So each successive expansion, you can see, like, the modernization of the technology. It's nice. And there's a big overarching graphics update coming soon. It's going to go off of the technology for FF16's graphics, which is crazy as fuck, because FF16 is beautiful. Like, very good-looking game. Gosh, we got so many people here. Welcome, welcome. All right, everybody. It's time to start the first segment. It's not an engine change, just a texture update? Yeah, no, that's what I said. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, so this story is a little concerning. Before I read this headline, I want to give you my position on drug addiction. I do agree with the overwhelming consensus of psychologists and medical professionals that addiction is a disease. It's not a character fault or something that is wrong with a person's personality. Being addicted to something is not something they can control. They need medical assistance to break said addiction. I'm talking about serious drug addiction, by the way, not like, I like a caffeinated soda every once in a while or a puff from a cigarette every now and then. I'm talking about heroin, meth, cocaine, crack, cocaine, fentanyl. You could go down the list. Oxy. Serious drugs that ruin people's lives and create a serious physical, chemical dependency on the continued consumption of said drugs. It is agreed upon by the overwhelming majority of medical professionals that it is a disease and not a thing someone just needs to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and fix for themselves. Which is why this headline really worries me. This is from Vice News a couple days ago. Canada will legalize medically assisted dying. This is the MAID program, by the way, for people addicted to drugs. Ooh. Now, when I first heard about the MAID program, I unfortunately heard about it for the first time from Shoeonhead, back when I believe me and her were friends. And my first assumption was, okay, this has got to be some over-exaggeration and misinterpretation of, like, a bill that makes it so family members or doctors can decide to, say, pull the plug on a patient who has no chance of regaining consciousness, for example, like someone who's going to be in a coma forever, but legally you can't pull the plug. Maybe it's like a bill that makes that legal, but it's being framed as something really bad. That was my assumption. But I looked into it further, and no, it is not just populist insanity, like over-exaggerating this MAID program. It is quite the awful thing. While, yes, it's not like a, oh, we're just gonna kill you type thing, it has been made an option, and one that many people are arguably coerced into. I watched a video clip recently of an old man who had been homeless for many years and had extraordinarily bad chronic back pain, to the extent that he literally could not work. He just couldn't work. And he was homeless, and he couldn't get his back fixed, and so he was going to opt for the legal euthanasia option, because he couldn't get himself back on his feet. His health is beyond fucked, and he can't afford obviously Canada will help you with medical bills or will offer you nearly free healthcare with many things, but something like a chronic issue that's not an imminent life-threatening problem, it's not going to be a quick or easy solution in Canada with Canada's medical system. As good as it is, and as much better as America's as it is, it's got its problems. So with that in mind, he was going with the suicide route, pretty much. Legally assisted suicide via this program. And that was my first, like, significant foray into this topic, and that was months ago, and it kind of made me sick to my stomach. So I have no doubt that, I'll probably feel a little sick reading this one. I don't think that, like, offering death as an option to people as an alternative to just trying to put more money into solving these people's problems medically and insofar as like addiction and whatnot, I don't like the idea of just saying, yeah, no, I guess you can just kill yourself if you want. I don't like that. Suicide's wrong. Like, I know there's very unique circumstances where I think suicide is justifiable, but I think overwhelmingly suicide is morally wrong for, like, numerous reasons. For starters, you are taking away experience from your future self. Like, if you're, like, depressed and suicidal, killing yourself is not, like, the solution. Like, if you don't kill yourself, you will be happy again one day if you get therapy and you work through it. And you're basically taking away that experience from your future self. I consider that wrong. You know, I consider that a bad thing. And you're hurting people in your life and what have you. So I don't think it's a thing the state should be able to, like, endorse, ever. I don't think it should be against the law, like you should be imprisoned or punished for attempting it, or doing it, or trying it, or whatever. But I do not like the idea that it should be endorsed in any way. Hot take, but suicide is bad. Exceptions are like, oh god, my guts are hanging out. Oh, we're miles away from a doctor. I'm gonna bleed out slowly to death. Just put me down quickly. Like, that's a situation where it's like, all right, you know. Like, I think that's reasonable. But, like, besides that, suicide's bad, okay? Dude, it's, like, nearly impossible to get approved for MAID. Well, Balth? Well, let's read the article. Canada will legalize medically assisted dying for people who are addicted to drugs next spring, in a move some drug users and activists are calling eugenics. The country's medical assistance in dying, or MAID law, which first came into effect in 2016, will be expanded next March to give access to people whose sole medical condition is mental illness, which can include substance use disorders. Before the changes take place, however, a special parliamentary, sorry, I thought it was going to be preliminary, and so I was, like, stumbling over the word. Parliamentary Committee on MAID will regroup to scrutinize the rollout of the new regulations, according to the Toronto Star. Currently, people are eligible for MAID if they have a grievous and irremediable, I bet is how that's pronounced, irremediable medical condition, such as serious illness or disability that has put them in an advanced state of irreversible decline and caused enduring physical or psychological suffering, excluding mental illness. Anyone who receives MAID must also go through 2 assessments from independent healthcare providers, among meeting other criteria. The contentious idea of including people who are addicted to drugs is being discussed this week at a conference for the Canadian Society of Addiction Medicine in Victoria, British Columbia. Yeah, I don't like it, though. I don't like medically assisted I don't like however you want to call suicide, however you want to make it sound like PC. Suicide is suicide. You're taking the easy way out for your problems. I get if you are, like, so medically fucked that, like, you can either exist in a, like, constant haze of opiates and painkillers, and that's, like, that's the only way you can exist, not in constant physical pain, and there's no other solution to it, even with surgery or the best medicine in the world. At that point, it'd be like, maybe, but do I want the government to sanction it or endorse it? I feel like if you're gonna go to that extent, like, it should be your responsibility. Like, I'm not really the type of person who says, like, if you want to do insert thing for your own health, it should be your responsibility. But if you've decided suicide's the way out, you should be the one responsible for it if anyone's going to be doing it, not the state. Figure it out yourself. It's not bad, but when they expand it to mental illness, it can excuse gaps in the welfare state. Well, not only that, there's also the premise of it, right? The idea that people with a mental illness ought to be allowed to choose to commit suicide effectively, that's essentially eugenics by, like, outcome. People who are not mentally well would be the ones choosing to take this path because those are the types of people who think suicide is a good option. And at that point, you're basically selecting exclusively for people who are suicidally mentally ill. So you could argue this is effectively, maybe even intentionally, meant to, like, cull suicidality out of a population. I don't even know what to call it. Wait, it's not even gone through yet? They're just discussing it? Dude, chances are they don't approve it as eligibility. I mean, we're gonna see how it goes. I mean, obviously it hasn't passed yet. They're talking about meeting on, like, having the parliamentary meeting to go over all of the details on it. But the fact that it's being considered is worth talking about, right? Are we not allowed to, like, imagine what if this bill passed and this law became expanded? I mean, they're already doing the program. They're only, like, what they're having a discussion over is expanding it to mental health, like to people who have mental disabilities. So yeah, it's eugenics-y for sure. This is approximately eugenics. Can we agree on that? That it's approximately eugenics? If this passes and there's, like, not heavy enough scrutiny, like, I don't know, like, even in the worst case scenario, I don't like the idea of the state saying, yeah, you can commit suicide or we'll enable it. But I also don't like it being punished, to clarify, by the way. I do not agree with people going to jail or getting institutionalized. Well, they probably should be institutionalized. But, like, you know, any form of criminal action against them for attempting suicide. I don't think that's good at all, obviously. I'm not endorsing that, but yeah. Hell, this doesn't even make sense from a euthanasia perspective. That requires someone to be in their right mind. Someone who's an addict is and wants to die because of that aren't in their right mind. Yeah, drugs, like, fundamentally... Hypers in chat, if anyone you've ever known, like a loved one or anything, has been addicted to drugs, like serious hardcore drugs. I've been in that position. You very quickly learn that no matter how much that person cares about you, no matter how much, they will still fuck you over. They'll still fuck you over to get their next fix. It's crazy. Yeah. If you've ever been in that position where you've known someone that you cared about that was addicted, and you knew what they were like, especially when they were sober, and then you saw what it turned them into, you'd realize that they literally become a different person, and it's just, their mind has been completely destroyed until they get their next fix, and they are back in a, you know, maintained state. Alcohol's a drug. Alcoholism completely applies here. Balthazar, I know you want to defend Canada super hardcore, but you gotta stop. There are Canadians in chat that aren't defending this, okay? Dark Canuck, what is your take on this? I'm curious. Balth is a Canadian who is not against this program. What is your take? Keffels has been very outspoken against this program. Okay, so Keffels is a Canadian opposed to it. I want to know what the Dark Canuck thinks, because I know the Dark Canuck is also Canadian. Why not, Balth? Like, in a very, like, brief summary. Why are you not against, like, the basest form of it? And, you may want to elaborate what you mean by basest form, so I don't, like, misunderstand what you mean. I'm for euthanasia for people who are at the end of life and have no realistic chance of recovery. That's where I'm okay with it. But once again, I don't think it should be provided as a service by the government or by medical institutions necessarily. I think it should be something that you're allowed to do, and that it's not illegal to do it. But yeah, like, people already have, like, you can sign like a do not resuscitate form if you say, like, go, like, if you die essentially and they try to they would resuscitate you. You can sign a do not resuscitate form that says, don't try to bring me back if I'm that fucked up. That you, like, I literally flatline. I don't want to come back from that because I'll be so fucked up from it, just let me die. Like, that's already a thing here in America. I think there's, like, certain levels of reasonability for it, but I don't know. It depends on how they'd carry it out, because my understanding was it would literally be the government's offering you, like, just euthanasia. Like, you would go to some form of medical facility, and a doctor or some such would basically give you a lethal injection or something. Probably not lethal injection, because doesn't the lethal injection like hurt like hell? I don't know if we have a single way of executing people besides a gunshot that isn't literally torture before you die. Like, if you're going to be executed, unironically, a firing squad is the most humane way to die. Like, the lethal injection is supposed to feel like lava going through your veins until it kills you. That's apparently what it feels like, according to people who survived it. Another way they do it is, in a lot of conservative states, what they're bringing back is the gas chamber, like what the Nazis used to exterminate the Jews. A lot of Republican conservatives are calling for the return of the gas chambers, and they still use them in some states, red ones, of course. And what they do is they've got, like, you know, a room and a chair where they put the person they're going to execute into, and they've got, like, a tub of a solution, a liquid solution, and a tablet of a solid solution. When they mix, the reaction they form is the gas that they used for executing people in the Holocaust. It's very bad. And so basically they drop it into the solution, it creates the reaction, and they tell the people, the prisoners that they're executing, take deep breaths of the gas. Take deep breaths of it. Because what it does is it, like, everything the gas comes in contact with melts basically everything. Oh, it's different? It's nitrogen, actually, different from gas chambers? No, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about the same thing. As, like, I'm talking about the gas chamber form of execution they use in some Republican states. At least, like, up until recently. I remember literally watching, like, a podcast episode, reading an article describing how they do it step by step, and it was from... it was like the recounting of a guard from an American prison on how they did the gas chamber execution. So, and the one in particular they did, it was super fucking, scuffed. They basically just had, like, you know that setup where you want to catch, like, a cat? Like, there's a stray cat that, like, hangs out in your neighborhood, so you get, like, a little cardboard box and a stick and a string and a little, like, cup of cream, and you put it there to attract the cat, and you hide around a corner, and then when the cat comes to drink from it, you pull the stick, and the box falls on the cat, and you can catch the cat, and I literally did that once in order to, like, capture a stray cat, and then I ended up finding it a family. Me and my grandma did this when I was a kid, ended up adopting it out. It was super nice. But, basically, they had that same setup kind of thing, like basically pull a string and it drops thing going for the execution chamber at that prison. That is how scuffed and, like, barely put together it was. But everything the gas comes into contact with basically melts. Like, everything like, when it goes into any, like, mucousy membrane part of your lungs or respiratory system, it just, like, melts it, just, like, liquefies it in your lungs. Like, your lungs basically liquefy, and then you drown. But and that's only if you take deep breaths. If you, like, hold your breath or try to, like, take very small breaths or whatever, you're just gonna prolong it. And so that's fucking suffering. Like, getting hanged is like a 50-50 whether or not your neck snaps and you die instantly, or you just strangle for a while, and the lighter you are, the, like, harder it is. Like, there's literally no ethical way to do executions of prisoners or anybody, really. Like, in this case, we're talking about, like, voluntary euthanasia that isn't super painful. Zan's never going to see my explanation? I'm sorry. So the basis form of the program, and the form the program has existed as for years, is providing the ability to save terminally ill people from months of pain. And even in this form, most people still died before ever being approved for MAID. Okay. So, Bouth, here's my question. Considering this is being expanded to people with, like, mental illness and whatnot, why does this need to be a service offered by medical institutions, like ending your life? Because, like, what they're considering right now is, like, expanding it to mental health issues. So we're, like, I'm fine if it's, like, end of life, or if somebody is, like, literally, like, not coming back from the coma they're in. They're basically paralyzed from the neck down and they'll never wake up. Like, that's reasonable, because they're on life support. Like, if someone requires a machine to stay alive, unplugging said machine, when there's no way they're going to get off of it, that's reasonable. That's fine. That's not killing. That's removing the thing you've given them that's keeping them alive, pretty much. It's different. If you think that's killing someone, you think abortion is killing. So, with that in mind, I don't know... Yeah, exactly, Zan. It should be a medical judgment as well. I don't know. I feel like we already... If someone's so fucked up they're in that place, don't we already have a way to do this? Like, if someone's so at the end of their life that they're on, like, machines keeping them alive... I don't know. You gotta go deeper into the analysis. It's not about killing, it's about a way of supplementing social policies via mate expansion. So, there's been that argument too, but there's so many health issues that, like, there's no amount of social policies that will solve, okay? Someone with colon cancer who's doing nothing but, like, shitting blood and in nonstop pain all day and all night until they die for, like, the next maybe couple weeks they've got left... no amount of, like, free healthcare is saving them. They're just going to suffer insane pain and misery till they die in a couple weeks, and nothing will save them. That's the scenario where I think this is reasonable that we're talking about here. I don't think it's going to be, like, used as a way of, like, solving the homeless problem. You're like, yes, our solution for the homeless problem is to kill them all. Xanderhalt's an issue of austerity, I get that, but expanding MAID to homeless, mentally ill, drug addiction, is this expansion? No, like I said, I'm not in favor of this, or at the very least, I'm skeptical of it. I'm not Canadian, so I don't know all the details of it and all the social context of it. But yeah, it seems super sus. But I'm a mix of this could be really bad and this could also be a nothing burger. That's where my position is right now. I don't want to get too, what's the term for it? Extremist with my position here. We don't really have enough to go off of. This could end up being used by medical professionals with great discretion to the extent where its only usages are in the cases where I think most people would agree it's appropriate and reasonable. Or it could be massively abused and end up having the unintended side effect of pretty much doing eugenics. Like, it's hard to say. The UK already has this. Does it really, Delancer? Do you think that's a shining endorsement of either the UK or this program? I'm sorry. Okay, I mean, if they do the same thing in the UK, I'm not hearing about any, like, massive eugenics genocides happening in the UK right now. Not to my knowledge. The UK has done many a genocide, but as far as I know, not to their own citizenry. It's a difficult situation because if used in the proper context, it is an important option that really shouldn't be restricted. Yeah... As long as the medical professionals in question are able to use the right discretion, I think that most doctors and medical professionals and mental health professionals can tell when or when not it would be a good option. But think about it like this. Would you want a policy like this to be legal and, like, passed in America by Republican politicians who have appointed, like, conservative grifter ex-doctors as, like, the head of medical institutions to make medical guidelines, who are labeling trans people as mentally ill and also criminally dangerous to children? Like, you could see how in this landscape something like this could be misused in some pretty scary ways, right? So I don't know. It really depends on what ends up happening. I can't pretend like I actually see the future. I'm just good at making predictions based on, you know, past shit I've seen in like the social space of politics online. Wait, the UK doesn't do that? Euthanasia is illegal in the UK? Yo, why is your chat straight up lying, Zan? Wait a second, it's you versus whoever in chat said that. So I don't know who's lying. Whichever option makes the UK look worse is what I believe. Did you read the article? I'm not done with it yet, Cherry. The contentious idea of including people who are addicted to drugs is being discussed this week at a conference for the Canadian Society of Addiction Medicine in Victoria, British Columbia. I don't think it's fair, and the government doesn't think it's fair, to exclude people from eligibility because their medical disorder or their suffering is related to a mental illness, said Dr. David Martel, a physician-led lead for addictions medicine at Nova Scotia Health, who is presenting a framework for assessing people with substance use disorders for MAID at the conference. Quote, as a subset of that, it's not fair to exclude people from eligibility purely because their mental disorder might either partly or in full be a substance use disorder. It has to do with treating people equally. So at first I thought maybe, like, everyone's misreading this, and it's like, maybe it's just allowing people who have mental and substance abuse disorders but are, also have a chronic physical issue to make the decision, because before they were excluded from being able to get that option. But no, it's outright saying, and they are advocating for, yes, no, they're addicted to drugs, they should have the option to go with medically assisted suicide. Yeah, they should totally. Yeah, no. However, some drug users and harm reduction advocates told Vice News they're upset the idea of drug users being given access to MAID is even being discussed, as they feel other public health measures, including better access to overdose prevention sites, opioid agonist medications like methadone and methadone, a regulated drug supply, housing, and employment are lacking. Quote, I just think that MAID, when it has entered the area around mental health and substance use, is really rooted in eugenics. And there are people who are really struggling around substance use, and people do not actually get the kind of support and help they need, said Zoe Dodd, a Toronto-based harm reduction advocate. Martel, who has been a MAID provider since 2016, said he agrees that healthcare options for people with substance use disorders are underfunded, and that he hopes this conversation will draw more attention to those concerns. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's a pretty large consensus that more money to help people with drug addiction problems is a much better solution than expanding, like, the MAID program to include them. Yeah, I see what you mean, minimum volts. He said he hasn't heard a desire for assisted death from his patients who have substance use disorders, and it's not something he's sure he would raise as an option unless he was involved in end-of-life planning. That's good to know. Quote, the idea that we might promote or push this on people, that doesn't resonate with me at all, he said, adding that even if someone with a substance use disorder was approved to receive MAID, he's not sure he could be be the one to help them end their life. You know why this program's not discussed here in America? There's so many tons of fentanyl here that, like, if you wanted to go with, like, some sort of medically assisted dying for your drug addiction, you just OD on the fent. I'm sorry, it's a fucked up joke. Had to make it, though. Martel was part of a Nova Scotia working group that includes doctors, psychiatrists, ethicists, and policy analysts. He said some of the criteria they discussed included requiring an assessor who has had experience in training substance use disorders, if that was the motivation for the MAID request, and assessing the type of treatment the person had received and for how long. That's good, at least. In addition to having a mental disorder that has been there for a very long time and that is significantly impairing their function, treatments have to have been tried, and those methods have to be treatments that are expected, usual, and evidence-based, Martel said. But there's no one-size-fits-all answer to what that could mean, he added. Can I bring up the video that I saw that, like, turned me against this program? Canadian man applies for euthanasia because he can't afford a home, but reconsiders after $60,000 GoFundMe. I do like this story update. I didn't know the story had updated and that he's reconsidering because of the GoFundMe. That's good. Oh, okay, I know, alright, I know what that person in chat before who was saying it's nitrogen over and over again was talking about now. Because they're confused, about what I was referring to. I was talking about gas chambers and how, like, they're still used or were recently still used in the US, and how so. They were thinking I was referring to the chambers they're using or considering using in Canada. This is a chamber, I think, that just slowly or instantly removes all the oxygen from the environment. So, or like from the space, so all you're breathing is nitrogen, and you would basically just fall asleep. That might be the only other, like, humane way of ending someone's life, like via, like, euthanasia, is complete oxygen deprivation, because you basically just go, and, like, a few seconds later, you're dead. Like, there's no pain. You just kind of, like, feel lightheaded, pass out, and then you never wake up. So yeah. So I imagine that's what they're explaining here. This is CTV news propaganda. They didn't follow up on those people because they weren't approved for euthanasia. Let's find out. This is from The Independent. Okay, I'm not watching this. This is boring. You've got to actually give me... You gotta actually give me the video I was looking for. Let me see if I can find the video. At least we know there's a happy ending now. Thank you, Cherry. You've been popping off with the editing. Alright, here's a news article on it. Here's a news story.
And he doesn't want to. He is not ready to die, and he doesn't want to. And yet, he has passed the first hurdle for medically assisted dying. Tonight, City News speaks with a man who feels he has no choice but to end his life because of a broken social safety net.
How would you describe the quality of your life?
Awful, non-existent, terrible. I do nothing other than sort of manage symptoms, manage pain. There we go.
Amir Farsood lives with never-ending agony from a back injury. How bad does it get?
At worst, it gets bad enough that I'm crying like a 5-year-old and not sleeping for 2 days in a row.
But that's not why he has applied for medically assisted dying, otherwise known as MAID, nor is it the depression he lives with. Farsood has applied because he is in danger of losing his housing. He lives in this St. Catharines rooming house, sharing this space with 2 other people. But it is up for sale. Farsood lives on social assistance and says he can't find anywhere.
Remember, there's a happy ending to this. He ended up getting 60 grand from a GoFundMe. And he's not going to go through with this, but that's just because this story got an insane amount of attention. The fact that people like this are going through the hurdles of the MAID program and getting at least far into it before desisting, in this case, is pretty concerning.
Where else he can afford.
I don't want to die, but I don't want to be homeless more than I don't want to die.
Medically assisted dying in Canada was expanded this past March to include people with disabilities or those suffering in pain, even if they are not close to death. That means Farsood likely qualifies. This checkmark on his form signed by his doctor indicates...
See, he's essentially using the fact that he's going through nonstop chronic pain to commit suicide because he's going to be homeless. He's not committing suicide because of the pain, but that's the justification he's using medically to get through the system. He's killing himself, or he was going to kill himself, I should say, through this program because he was going to be homeless. As you know, Minimum Volts is based and a true poster in chat, and has been correct about this from the start. A lot of the problems that are trying to be acknowledged by this, I have no doubt this is pretty heavily supported by Canadian conservatives, are just meant to sort of probably save money on people who could otherwise have a shit ton of tax dollars spent on programs to help them with their addiction and mental disabilities. And of course, housing. Oh God, you know, Canada may be better off than the US when it comes to social safety nets, but you better believe the housing market is still fucked almost as much as America.
Where he meets the MAID criteria, physical suffering due to disability that is intolerable and cannot be relieved. He needs one more doctor to sign off. Farsood is not the first person with a disability to consider MAID.
They don't want to live this way anymore. You know, there's no safety net at all.
For the last 2 years, City News has documented how people with disabilities on Ontario Disability Support Payments, or ODSP, are struggling to survive and would consider MAID when it was expanded.
Sometimes it's a choice between burning to death.
Yeah, like a ton of people in Canada who are homeless or dealing with insane financial issues are saying, oh yeah, if this program passes, I'm going to go through the medically assisted dying program to avoid, because death is better than homelessness. Like, that, there is literally swaths of people that have been saying this. That's what's driven so much of the discourse about it, is how many homeless and otherwise like financially fucked over people are just saying, yeah, I'm just going to do this program because death is better than homelessness or financial destitution. Yeah, that's a problem. This program does not need to be expanded to the extent where these people can legally, like, get assisted suicide. If they want to commit suicide, they should have to try to do it themselves, where they have a high failure rate that can just wind them up in the hospital, getting therapy after involuntary institutionalization, and then in a month or two, the vast majority of the time, they'll be thinking, wow, I was so stupid for attempting suicide. This program will not have a 0%, will have a 0% failure rating on the people that go through the process of dying. It's not going to be like attempted home suicides where they fail most of the time, and the person lives and goes to the doctor and gets institutionalized in medical treatment, which is mandated by the state, some level of mental health treatment for at least a few days. None of that. Just straight to the guaranteed no failure death chamber.
And jumping out of a high-rise building.
Walmart, Costa, and
Life on ODSP is a life well below the poverty line. Farsood makes a little over $1,200 a month on ODSP. Rent is $690 a month. After bills and expenses are paid, he has about $7 a day left for food.
What do you buy to survive?
a lot of beans.
That's why he can't pay more for
Beans are cheap, easy to make. Yeah, you can buy a lot of cans of beans and not have to go shopping that often. That makes sense.
rent. Farsood
I've
has
got a lot
been
of
told
cans
the
of
wait
beans.
list for affordable housing is 7 years.
Holy
MAID
fuck.
is his out.
That's definitely not what MAID was designed for, but cases like that are emerging with increasing frequency.
Exactly. Just because the program is designed for a arguably valuable or good purpose on paper does not mean there are not swaths of people who will end up using this as taking the easy way out, and thus essentially potentially eliminating the need for social change via swaths of homeless and economically destitute people just pursuing state-assisted suicide. Yeah.
Frequency across the country.
Dr. Carrie Bowman is a bioethicist at U of T.
These are a minority of cases, but ethically it doesn't matter that they're a minority, they're there. We were unbelievably naive as a nation to think that vulnerability, disability, poverty, that we could just somehow parcel that off and it wasn't going to be a problem. It's a huge problem.
There is a 90-day waiting period after applying for MAID. Farsood believes he could technically be eligible next month.
Are you afraid to die?
Who isn't? Yeah,
Remember, he desisted off of this program after he ended up getting $60,000 donated to him via GoFundMe. People raised money for him after this story went viral. But trust me, he's not the only person in this position, and the majority of them are not having GoFundMes solving all their financial woes. to allow them to desist from this course. As a matter of fact, this is literally over a year prior to the expansion of the program. So the fact that this guy was able to get as far in the program as he was, at the very least, is only going to be even more of an issue after the expansion if it does go through. Guys, remember, this is not a medical dying issue, Xanderhall. This is all a symptom of austerity politics. I understand. Yes, you don't need to keep saying it. I understand.
Sorry. I was going to be the tough guy and not do this, but hey. Yeah, at 3 in the morning I am. I wouldn't be.
Assisted dying is available in some 7 countries, including several states in the U.S. Now, it's difficult to compare because guidelines vary from country to country, but some argue Canada is the most lenient when it comes to the criteria. Tomorrow, I'll tell you how the number of made cases is rising.
That explains why so much of it, so that's why people are saying it's not comparable to, say, the UK and whatnot. Is in large part due to the fact that Canada seems to have much looser regulations, apparently. Okay. I guess that makes sense. This is so fucking dystopian. Balth, you gotta stop fighting for Canadian patriotism in chat, okay? You gotta... Jesus, Balth. Futurama suicide booths. Wait, unironically, though. Like, I know it's an oversimplification of the issue, but this is the end state of the program, okay? If you take this program to its logical extreme, this is the end state. 25 cents. They charge you. They charge you a quarter. Balth. Listen, stream chat will never be the place to have a conversation or an argument, okay? Listen, to every viewer right now, no matter who you are, where you come from, or how much of a based pussy destroyer you are, there is no amount of communication you will be able to do in Twitch or YouTube or stream chat that will be able to get your point across, okay? Just chill, okay? Just chill. Cherry was saying I wanted to kill drug addicts and mentally ill people. Can you guys fucking chill, please? Please. Please. I just one stream where you guys are all chill, alright? Please? Just one stream, alright? I had a rough start to today's stream because I had to start late. Let's just relax. I can't handle the stress today, okay? I'm gonna have a goddamn aneurysm, alright? Yeah, like, I have 522 people watching right now, okay? And I just imagine that. Imagine sitting in a chair with 522 people. You've got to make sure on their best behavior. Not on their best behavior, but on good behavior. Right? Not causing problems or fighting. It's a stressful situation. Your coverage has been responsible and very good. I appreciate you. I apologize for any gamer moments to you and not to Bal. Just apologize to each other and make do, okay? Do it. This is my stream. I make the rules. You have to do what I say. I'm the boss. You guys are talking past each other because it's in YouTube chat, alright? Or it's in the chat, alright? You guys don't hate each other. You guys probably agree on more than you think, and it's just chat is hard to communicate through, and you end up having to consolidate and distill down your takes, and you get frustrated while typing because you have to type out entire arguments while someone else is typing out theirs, and so you end up completely getting pissed off at things that are not really meant to make you upset. It all escalates. And next thing you know, you're arguing, okay? So just chill out, all right? Just smoke some weed and relax, okay? I'm actually pretty much all out of weed. I'm at the... You know when, like, you're so out of weed that you get to the point where you're desperately, like, going through your leftover, like... I'll set these aside because it's almost empty and I've got a new vape. Like, weed pens. I've got, like, this handful of weed pens that I'm, like, cycling through to get the last drops out of before I go to the vape store tomorrow to get more. So I'm in a super mega emergency running out of weed territory. Anyway, as far as this as far as this program is concerned, I think that some form of medically assisted dying for people who are in a really bad spot medically is fine. I think there's a certain case in which it's like, should the guy who's literally got 2 weeks left to live, period, who is just going to be suffering the entire time, unless he's, like, in a constant haze of opiates, like, does that person need to go on living in pain for the next 2 weeks? No. I think it'd be fine if there was some sort of allowance for medical professionals to have discretion to make the right decision there at the behest of the medical patient. But the fact that so many people are clearly already attempting to abuse this system because they have no social safety net options is really concerning. Like, it's not a hypothetical thing, it's a thing that's happening. Xander Hall, I get like that with dip sometimes, digging through empty Okay, I cannot relate with you gotta get off dip, homie. Listen, you gotta get off dip, Agamotto. You just admitted in my chat that you dip. Dip is the only thing less respectable than vaping. I'm shaming you right now for dipping. You are going to quit dipping because I am shaming you for it. God, I went to school in Florida. I grew up in Florida. I knew a lot of guys who dip. Dip? Oh my god, are there non-Americans in chat that don't know what dipping is? Oh no! Oh, you're about to see the most disgusting shit ever. The kid who dips. There's gotta be some type of video that's like some kind of skit video parody that gets across. Yep, here's a video. That one white guy in high school who used to dip any chance he gets.
Dude, you're not going fishing with us. Last time you broke my 10-pound test line, and I thought I was gonna have to tussle with you. Dude, I'm not racist, bro. My best friend is black. You know Daquan? Yeah, that's one of my best buddies. What's that song by Wayne? Party like a rock star, party like a rock. Oh, that's not Wayne? Dang, I thought that was Wayne. The first period, we cut class and go fishing. Got my dad's truck, the Ford F-150, the lifted one. Go right through the mud hole, straight to the pond. You guys in or...
God, I feel like I'm back in Florida.
What? Dude, just come with us, dude. You're being a dick, dude. I'm scared, dude. Miss Trotter's not gonna say anything, dude. Just let it go.
That's his dip bottle. He's gonna spit in it.
Jeez.
Oh, this is vile. Oh, it's...
Last time you stole my last can of dip, Winter Fresh, because everyone told me, yeah, Daniel stole your dip. Like, what's up with that, bro? I thought we...
God, I fucking hate the dip bottle. Dude, you will get into, like, a friend's car if you're in the South, and you'll look down and be like, what was that noise? What is that crunchy noise? You'll think maybe they just have some empty water bottles in the floor. You look down. The water bottles in the floor, usually soda bottles, really, are filled with black liquid. Just gooey, black liquid. It's spit and tobacco goo. Dip is literally just chewing tobacco. It's the term for chewing tobacco, and you have to spit it out. And so lots of dip dudes, people who do dip, spit it into a soda bottle, and they carry it around with them. Just a fucking foul, like, bottle of tobacco spit goo. Y'all, you gotta stop. You gotta stop dipping. You gotta stop dipping. Just vape instead. Holy shit. Yeah, it also smells bad. God forbid if the fucking bottle is open. Ugh. That was a stun lock. I don't know how we got from talking about the MAID program to dip, but I like that evolution. I like that ADHD path we've taken. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment, as depressing as it was. I think the dip segment at the end actually acts as a good, like, palate cleanser, ironically, for the sadness of the topic at hand. I've made people... I've convinced people to quit unhealthy things for them. Things that are unhealthy for them before, okay? I can shame my viewers out of unhealthy habits. Can you imagine, like, your favorite YouTuber tells you directly, stop doing this thing that's unhealthy for you, and every time you do it, you hear their voice in your head? That shit'll make you do that. That shit'll make you quit. It'll work. Getting, like, shamed for something, those back cracks were delicious. So you guys like that? Hold on, let me hit you with another. Hold on. Line it up, get it nice and... Ah, not much out of that one, sadly. Let me see if I can get a little lower. Nothing out of that one. Ooh, there was a bit there. Ooh. Oh, that was nice. Not a bad one. You should hear my jaw. Listen to this. Nah, my jaw doesn't have to crack right now. Never mind. Next time my jaw has to pop, I'll stop everything I'm doing, get real quiet, and I'll pop my jaw right in the mic so you guys can hear what it sounds like. I have to do it regularly to, like, unlock it. It's a whole thing. Oh, on top of that, guys, good news. So you know how I've been having this persistent upper back pain that, like, wouldn't go away ever since I had COVID? Really cringe shit, really not fun, really not great cringe shit that I've been dealing with. I finally managed to narrow down my self-diagnosis to not any spinal issues, or thank God not a popped out rib or cracked rib or anything, but instead, thank God, it is just a badly pulled rhomboid muscle. Turns out it's just my left side that's fucked up, and my right side is compensating, so there's a little bit of pain there. But it's nowhere near as bad, and I've you know, yeah. So I managed to diagnose it to rhomboid pain. With that in mind, and I'll show you what that looks like here. Rhomboid muscles. So you'll get an idea of, like, what part of me is currently... There you go. These muscles right here. They be causing a big problems. Very, very, very not fun. Very, very cringe and not fun time that I'm having with these muscles here. So what happened was, I'm pretty certain, I pulled them coughing. When I had COVID, I was coughing like crazy. Just a lot. And it was like a productive cough. Like, I was actually getting shit out of my lungs. Like, it was just like roughly every 5 to 10 minutes when I was in the worst of it. My lungs would be, you know, full of grossness again, and I just have to cough it up, and then I'd be able to breathe clearly again for like the next 5 minutes. Though, that also means that the coughing, like, you can see these muscles, in large part, their job is to expand and contract along with your shoulder blades whenever you breathe or you cough or you sneeze or anything like that. I was coughing and sneezing nonstop, and I pulled these muscles, and I just couldn't figure out where the problem was. I didn't even know these muscles were really, like, a thing where they are, and that they could be the problem, until I finally found the stretch that works. I tried several stretches over time that I thought would help, but none of them did anything to help with the pain, until I found this one. And I've been doing it for a couple days now, and it's helping a lot. Basically, what I do is, can I get a nice. Basically, got to stand up, bend over as much as I can, and reach down, like, because this is the part that hurts, reach down to my, like, right foot, and then try to look up like this and take deep breaths in and out. And when I do that, like for about 10 deep breaths in and out, it hurts really bad. It hurts really fucking bad. It hurts like hell. Like my muscles on this side, this is the part that's causing the problem. These rhomboid muscles, this rhomboid muscle does not want to give. It is just a slow process of stretching it to get the pain out. I do most of the stretching in a hot shower with like hot water blasting on my back so it can like loosen up and relax the muscles as I'm doing the stretch. And the deep breaths are a big part of it because like this back pain has limited how much I can breathe. Like whenever I breathe, well, I feel the back pain constantly, but it's like a dull ache. But then when I take a deep breath, right about here, I feel pain. Like it hurts. I can't take any more of a breath because it hurts. That sucks. And the same goes for exhaling. Right here. I can't exhale any further. Ooh, I shouldn't have talked with the empty lungs because that made me exhale more. Oh, that hurt. So yeah, like exhaling and inhaling hurts my upper back muscles here because they're contracting and like pulling and pushing whenever I breathe. And so it's limited my breath, this pain. And the more I stretch it, slowly but surely, it's hurting less. I'm getting more mobility to breathe, and it's helping so much. It's helping so fucking much. I did not inhale. I'm about to inhale, though. Nice. Xander Hall, you're my favorite streamer. Many such cases. Anyway, let's read some donos from people who also think I'm their favorite streamer. Obviously. That's why they gave me money. Ham Monkey, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. Said, it's my birthday today. Oh, happy birthday. And sent me a Twitter link. Thank you so much. It's a video of you on the beach. What beach is this? Is this in like in Norway or something? What the fuck? Those mountains.
Stop, otherwise I'll try for 27. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
What are you about to do?
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, aw.
10's probably good.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Oh my goodness, 12. 13.
It's not even going to be able to
Is that
walk.
a beer?
15.
Oh,
You're in the
come on,
perfect
please.
place to get drunk and nauseous.
I feel bad for the stick. 19, no way. 20. I think it's really good.
I attract fun people to my community. You see? Like what do other lefty streamer fans get up to on their birthday? They sit at home and read a book. They read theory or some cringe shit like that. This is what my fans do. They get drunk and they spin in circles on the beach till they throw up. That's the Xander Holic way.
21.
6 more.
22.
Go, Sage, come on. You can do it.
So close.
25.
25.
27. Now.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Did you throw up? I would have thrown up
Should have been a ballerina.
a minute ago.
That was a thing of beauty, Sage. Oh my goodness.
Happy birthday. Damn, you're drinking more.
Oh, just let me sit.
Damn. Not even nauseous. Maybe I'm just like particularly bad at handling nausea and like dizziness. Drinks the beer that they dropped. Yep. That's the way you do it. It's America right there. Hell yeah. Good shit. Happy birthday. Exolar, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Mari Spare. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Said, saving you by genociding the white name. True. Genocide them white names, my friend. Thank you so much. Jordan Network, thank you for the $30 donation. Hot damn, thank you so much. Said, got some extra tip money, thought I'd share the wealth. Thank you, that is extremely kind of you. I hope that your tips keep on coming in nice and big. I really appreciate it. And T Lost a lot, thank you for the tier 1 get the sub to Night Mothism. Thank you for the $5. I hope Night Moth appreciates the blue name. I think the left is really starting to blow up again on YouTube. Your channel seems to be popping off hard recently. Mine has been too. Yeah, we're at the start of another like wave of lefty popularity online. It will pass too, though. Remember that, though. Like, just because things are on an upward trend, and I think they will continue to go on an upward trend for most of LeftTube. Probably not the woke skull types, though. I don't think they're really experiencing the same growth. Doesn't mean it will not pass. Just like the bad times with the right being dominant culturally online pass, so will the good times. It's just it's a swinging pendulum of internet culture. Young generations of people will get online and get radicalized by niche intellectual dark web communities, learn that it's all bullshit and get out of it. It'll be like a common phase for tons of young people, and it'll actually end up like informing them better on politics in the long run, I think. But yeah, I am seeing a pretty significant across-the-board increase in lefty channels. Vosh is growing, Demon Mom is growing, Keffels is growing, I'm growing. Like Destiny's growing, Hassan is growing, all things considered. Yeah, it just seems like lefty content is definitely going back on the uphill trend, while the red pill shit is also dying. Like, I think recently, Snako himself said that the red pill is dying. And Andrew Tate is basically, like, I don't hear about Andrew Tate outside of, like, updates on his legal trouble. Feel like H3 kind of helped with it? Yeah, I think so too. Pretty exciting times ahead. Hightail releasing during the time when lefty politics is on a like on the up end of things would be pretty awesome. I don't think Destiny is growing. He'll always be short. Tate can't say anything without breaking a court order. That's true. That was very out of pocket, but very based. That was a good gotcha. You destroyed him. He's not even here to hear it, but you destroyed him. Andrew Palmer, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Says, thought I'd give some support. Thanks for getting me through college, man. Love your stuff. Oh, I really appreciate it. One of my favorite things as a content creator is when people tell me what they do while they listen to my content. I make the type of content that's, like, ideal for listening to. You can, like, watch it, I guess, but my content's almost like background podcast content, right? Like, you could, I guess, just watch me on screen, I guess, and I do sometimes show things on screen that are relevant, but my content's best for, like, let me put this on my second monitor, the background while I play a game. It's mostly audible. Like, it's mostly audible entertainment. So with that in mind, I always love when you guys tell me what you're doing while you listen to stream. Whether it be at work, working the night shift, D&D prep, playing video games, RuneScape, cleaning my room, work, cleaning our gaming. Zan, by the way, you have over, well, I have over 500 viewers right now if you count Twitch. You have over 500 viewers but less than 300 likes. Hey guys, if you're watching right now and you like the content and you want to support me, dropping a like really does go a long way. Please consider it. It really means a lot to me for every single one of you who just hits that like button. It's completely free, and it really, really does a lot for me. It may seem insignificant, but you should hit your like... Honestly, you should hit the like button on every video that any content creator that you watch frequently and know you enjoy the content of uploads. It's a good habit. It's what I do. Let's see if this one's just burnt cotton. There's definitely a little bit of goo left in this one. And probably still get some weed goo out of this one. I gotta go to the dispensary in the morning. It's like, I hate having to make the walk. Because I always like to wake up in the morning and just like relax. Ew, don't use Nick salt? What are you talking about? This is weed. This is nicotine salt. This is weed. Get an electric scooter? Nah. Hey Zan, I watched your Sniper Wolf vid and you mentioned Belle Delphine and how she recently got exposed for using filters to appear underage, but I can't find anything about it. Is there something you can point to so you can find out more? Is there nothing you can find on it online? I heard it from multiple, like, disconnected people who I know is, like, pretty trustworthy on any information in regards to, like, stuff happening in the sphere of drama and YouTube. This is very well known. What? Yeah, like, I've heard it from, like, dozens of people at this point that wouldn't be lying or making it up or mishearing it. But, yeah, she makes herself look underage with filters. Xander, I'm like 13 minutes behind, but you really should do physical therapy for your back problem. My rhomboid issue caused my scapula to go totally out of place, and it was a whole thing. Yeah, no, I mean, I felt it popping and stuff, which is why I've been doing the stretches. So like, yeah, I'm doing the stretches. Don't worry, guys. Men in the 1930s would put nicotine salt on their food? Jesus. That sounds like the most unappealing... The best part of, like, vaping or inhaling nicotine in any way is after you eat. Like, you stop... Like, you don't take any hits of your vape when you're eating. So you're just, like, eating. And you finish eating and you're nice and full. And then you take your first vape hit after you've eaten. It feels so good. It's one of the best vape hits, especially if you're in like a restaurant and you finally like finished your food and you walk outside and you haven't like had a hit in like an hour because you've been in a restaurant. It's like, yeah, it's like edging your lungs. Then you take the hit and it, oh my god, it's one of the best feelings. Doesn't nicotine numb your tongue? No, it doesn't. I don't know where you heard that. At least not any vape I've ever had doesn't numb my tongue or affect my taste buds in any way. I still taste and smell things just as much as I did even before COVID. Check DMs. Gah. I have a scheduled... Oh my god, I have so many... Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, I have so many people I need to talk to. SDL messaged me. Hey Zan, Cherry asked if I was interested in talking about guns with you. Is that something you'd be interested in? Wait, SDL, are you here now? Sometimes you're in my streams. Yeah, I'd be down to talk guns. I am pretty sure your gun takes are base. Like, I think we agree. I don't know if you'll hear this by extension or if you're here. I'm pretty sure me and SDL agree on gun takes for the most part. Because I think he's in favor of gun safety policy that just, like, makes gun ownership safer and, like, more strict. But not bans of certain guns as far as I'm aware. Unless he is in favor of, like, outright banning anything that can go semi-auto, in which case, I mean, that's a pretty bad take. But I don't think he has that position. You sent me a cat video? Let me see. I love that video. That's a great cat video. That is a fantastic cat video. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. Here it is. Videos of cats doing this are my favorite thing on the internet. They love each other. That's so cute. These little floofers. Oh, she's a little baby. Oh, I love cats. They don't love me all that much. Well, they do, but like the Luna, my ex's cat, was a reincarnated serial killer. She loved me. The cat did like me a lot. I think I was that cat's favorite person, unironically. Like, she would lay on me all the time and snuggle me a lot, but she was also very quick to violence. If you, like, scratched her head in a way she didn't like you could be sitting there scratching her head and she'll just be laying there, like, tongue sticking out, half asleep for, like, 10 minutes, but then, like, you itch a little too low or a little too high, and all of a sudden, your hand and arm are locked in her claws, and she's bunny kicks with her claws out as hard as she can and just drawing blood because you just like dared to like inch down into an area you're not allowed to pet her. That's how that cat is. A lot of cats are like that. You've got red zones where you're just not allowed to touch your cat. That's just normal cat behavior. Yeah, they're demons. Yeah, they're demons. And then there's cats that are beyond nice. Like my friend Ethan's cat, literally, like, he picks the cat up and, like, rubs its belly and, like, jiggles it around, doesn't care. Vash's cats are all the nicest cats I've ever seen. Whenever I go to Vash's house, his cats are just, like, you could do anything to him. Artemy lets me rub his belly. Artemy lets me, like, flip him and dip him. He lets me, like, give him little nose boops and just literally, like, pet him like a dog. You can pet Artemy like a dog. He doesn't care. Vash has a house. I won't specify what type of living domicile he has, but when I specify, or when I say house, I just mean, like, their place. Like, their place of living, you know? But yeah. Artemy you can pet like a dog. Like, he just doesn't give a shit. He's awesome. Very good cat. Yeah, a lot of it's about how you raise them. Yeah, like, it's a good, like, you can get a good specification of how good of a pet owner Vosh is based on how nice his cats are. Animals love Zan more than anyone I've seen. Yeah, they tend to like me, but there's people I've met who are way more, like, loved by animals than even me. There's a big limit to how much animals will be comfortable around me because I'm a guy. Animals know, like, whether or not you're a woman or a man, generally, and they tend to just naturally be more uncomfortable and distrusting of men. So it can be a little harder to get an animal's trust as a guy than as a woman. That gator seemed comfortable around you, Zan. That gator wanted a bite. Remember, guys, even at a very small size, baby alligators, like the ones that are the size of, like, a rabbit, I don't even know how to approximate it, like the small ones, even they will try to bite your finger off because they just see you as prey and they want to eat you. Nah, that gator was chill. No, he was hunting me, and there was a reason why I was checking behind me every, like, minute or so to see if he was getting any closer. Here, let me bring up the video for those that don't know what I'm talking about. Creating a lot of momentum for left-wing values. God, I look awful in this lighting with this horrible camera. This is the alligator. He's just chilling.
Was a good thing. Just that alone was good. And,
he's coming.
You know, maybe I don't like Hassan's every opinion and everything about his personality, but at least he's bringing a lot of people to the left, right? And that was something I believed for a long time, and I engaged in a fair amount of Hassan apology.
So this is one eye, this is the other eye, this is his snoot, and this is his back, and his tail probably ends around here.
Apologia to myself, even when it came to dramas like, you know, the whole house buying thing that he dealt with, and I don't even feel like that's the most apt criticism of Hassan to wheel out, to be honest. What I really want to talk about is,
See? Now you can see that's a little tip of his snoot, a little bit underwater, a little bit sticking out. That's his eyes.
The realization I had maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, when I started to realize that Hassan's politics...
Like, you can tell that's maybe about 3 inches from his eyes to his snoot, based on eyeballing it. He's probably about a 3.5 foot, or 2.5 foot, 3 foot long gator. Very small little guy. Like, mostly just long with the tail, adding to most of the length. A very small gator, you can tell. And just in this small little pond, just one little tiny gator in this pond that I found, and filmed next to. Every, like, body of fresh water in Florida almost has a gator in it, so it wasn't hard to find. I just, like, went to every lake I saw and splashed the water on the side until one came up to the surface to see what was going on.
Basically begin and end on one of these 2 factors.
Anyway, little gator friend. Little gator guy. Little gator friend. Very funny little gator guy. We love gators. Now, people kept saying a small one in response to me saying, like, question mark, when I kept saying it was a small one. Guys, when I say that's a small gator, like a tiny gator, like a tiny, tiny gator, you need to understand that when I think of a normal-sized gator, this is what I think of. This is what I think of when I think of alligator, period.
That is the biggest freaking alligator I have ever seen in my life. Jesus, they must be 15 feet long.
The audio in this video is fucked because of the wind.
You gotta be kidding me.
Wow, you ever seen anything that big?
No, never.
I think that's 2 guys in an alligator suit. Dave, get next to it for perspective.
Holy fucking shit, it's a dinosaur.
Holy crap.
One of the few things I actually miss about Florida. My favorite videos are the ones where gator breaks into woman's house. You think you're safe from the gators inside in Florida? Welcome to reality, motherfucker.
About a 10 to 15 foot alligator that was in the road, and it is now thrashing around in front of one of the units in their door, and it is huge. And if that owner wakes up, they're going to be in big problems because it's right there in front of their door, and he's making a sound. I mean, he's thrashing.
Hell yeah,
A
Val.
lot more than just outside of her house. That call from
That's
that you just
wine, by
heard
the
from
way.
911 to police,
Not blood.
it's a close call with a gator. That's common here in Florida, right? I can't think of a case, though, when a gator broke into a person's home, and that's exactly what happened this morning in Eagles Landing. It's a neighborhood in Clearwater, and 10 News reporter Bo Zimmer is
I know
out there
that
this
place.
afternoon. Bo, how in the world did this gator get in that home?
I know that part of Florida.
Allison, I've covered a lot of stories, never one quite like this. The front door was locked. This alligator somehow managed to crash through the front window. The owner, Mary, she was inside sleeping. She didn't know what was going on. Thought maybe the roof was caving in. Instead, it was an intruder, but not the kind.
Share the videos of gators climbing fences. They do that. Or they can just, like, straight up destroy it. So, like, sometimes they just barrel through the gate, and you'll just see, like, a giant, like, you'll see, like, a lake, and between you and the lake is a, like, a chain link fence, and the bottom of the chain link fence is wrenched open. Like something out of Jurassic Park, because something squeezed through and bent all the metal out of shape permanently to create a quite large gap under the fence. And that's because a gator decided, this fence isn't stopping me. Fences don't stop gators, guys.
Aspect of an alligator in your yard wasn't scary enough. Now this, apparently, they can climb fences.
They'll go through or over them.
A gator scaled the fence. I'm
Have you seen gators jump? They can jump too.
not kidding. At the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville, Florida, over the weekend, a woman was driving by. Look, there's proof right there.
That's an average size
She
gator.
caught one. It does.
The ones I've been showing are pretty big. This is like the average size gator you would see in a lake. Like if like 7 out of 10 gators are this big, 1 out of 10 would be as small as the one that you know, I showed you, and the last 2 out of 10 would be about the size of the ones I've been showing you guys, the big ones. The smaller ones that are as small as what I showed you are rarer than the big ones, though. I've only seen a few tiny gators like what I showed you in that what I had on my video before. I've seen more colossal gators like what was on that golf course, and I've seen tiny gators like that. The babies are hard to spot and hard to get your hands on, or to get. I've picked up baby alligators in the wild, but they're harder to get your hands on than a bigger alligator. Because the big ones, they just hang out. They just float around like a big log on the surface. They aren't scared of you. They come at you. They're easy to see. Like I've just seen a lot more gators this size and bigger than I've seen the tiny ones.
Does a belly flop on the grass and then goes on its way. Officials with the air station said they don't.
You're not safe anywhere from these things. My favorite is when they get in people's pool. Yeah. Yeah, motherfucker.
Take a look at this 11.
How much to get in with it? How much to jump in that pool and get immediately out? Like 1 second in, immediately out. Just jump in, immediately get out. How much money? How much money would you do it for? $10? Don't you mean the alligator's pool? Dude, you guys don't know how fast these things are. If it's less than $1 million, you don't know how fast these things are. The second you make a splash on that surface, it knows where you are in the pool, and it's going to turn, and the speed at which it will turn and come at you is unlike anything you can imagine. It might be able to snatch you as you're getting out of the pool, like by the head, with a jump. These things are so fucking fast. You would probably not survive a quick jump in and getting out. This is in Sarasota.
Foot-long alligator. It's swimming not in open waters like it's supposed to, but in someone's enclosed swimming pool. Watch as these wildlife officials remove it.
Go.
Police say the reptile didn't gracefully make his way in through an open door, but instead burst right through the screen surrounding the pool. And to those of us freaking out over the beast, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office has one message. Encounters like this are just a way of life.
They're very common. Very, very, very common. On the other hand, though, I do not endorse this.
He is a federally licensed emotional support alligator. He is far from a typical alligator. We'll go have fun today, huh?
Dog. I've lived my entire life in the proximity of these things. This guy's either got huge balls or is very dumb. But he's pretty old. He's lived a long time. He kissed it. What the fuck? I've kissed an alligator on the head before. But, like, here on the head. Not here on its head. Holy fuck. If you're gonna kiss an alligator on the head, you kiss them behind the eyes. Because it's, like, a lot harder for them to rear up and get at you that way. Because you can move your head with the back of their head. But, like, God, kissing an alligator on the lips pretty much is like the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen someone do.
Ooh, you like it, huh? I got your tail. I don't want to imagine life without Wally.
Alligator claws are like dragon claws, dude. When I carried a baby alligator out of the road, it clawed up my arm. A baby alligator clawed up my arm worse than Luna, the cat, my ex's cat, ever did. This gator's claws, unless they're, like, really clipped, must be, like, fucking knives.
Hello, I'm Joe Henney. Come on in. This is our reptile room in the house.
Gator dragon based.
We have anything from blue-tongued skink to iguanas to leopard geckos to bearded dragon.
That is an aggressive gator.
We have a Nile monitor, Savannah monitor, ball python, water dragon, and then we have 4 gators. They're all
Yeah, these
hatched in
these gators are not as chill as his.
captivity and sold as pets, except for Wally. He was a wild alligator. Wally is a 4-year-old American alligator. He was rescued in Orlando, Florida. We got him 3 years ago.
Like, I could never trust a gator. I'm sorry, but like they're cute and I love them, but I don't love them enough to like be that comfortable with them. The most I'll ever do is swim with them by circumstance. Although what does look really fun and what I absolutely love is this. I've shown this on stream before, and you may think this is dumb, but this guy literally offers a service where you can go
right there,
and you can swim with this guy and the gator at the zoo.
Whoop. Hi, big guy. Hi, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Do another one of our little kind of crock talk podcasts, hanging out with Casper in here. For this one, though, I'm going to try to have the camera focus on him this way. I've got the GoPro Dome on for the split right here. Get these cool shots. It's awesome as audio is going to be a little weird on this one, but I think the visuals make up for the audio issues that we're going to have, and hopefully you guys can still hear me perfectly fine and everything like that.
So maybe it's just because I've mostly only encountered wild gators and zoo gators that are not meant for swimming with, but they always go to try to get a human. Like, if you splash the water, they come to try to get you. If there's gators in the water and you're swimming or you're splashing the edge, they come to try to get you. If you're standing on the edge of the water, they will swim up to you to try to get you. Alligators just are inclined to hunt humans in the wild when they see you and they detect you. They may not know what you are. They probably don't recognize you like for what you are. And if they knew what you were, they probably wouldn't want to eat you. But they see you and the things that humans do in the water or near the water, and it sets off their prey instinct or their predator instinct like crazy.
Like that too. See if I can try to have the both of us in there. There you go. So I'll be trying to film the both of us on here, and
I genuinely don't know how you would go through the process of getting a gator to not kill you on sight. It's like trusting a Xanderhal fan with your Monster Energy collection. Raising them? No, most of the this gator's a rescue too. Like, rescued as an adult. The same goes for the emotional support gator, was a rescue as well. Not raised from birth by any means. Not raised from adolescence by any means. I think it might just be over a certain amount of time. Maybe you're able to condition them to not recognize humans as food. Like, maybe it really just comes down to heavily enforcing them not associating humans with food. The teeth are so big. Yeah, look at its teeth. Its teeth aren't even that dangerous. Like, those are not sharp teeth. Alligator teeth are not sharp. Like, when you, like, the babies have sharp teeth. But the adults, when you touch their teeth or you find their teeth in the bottom of a lake or on the sand, they're not sharp. It's their jaw that's so powerful that, like, it doesn't matter how dull their teeth are. It's just the strength, the amount of weight that's being concentrated onto this dull tip is just so much that it doesn't matter how not sharp they are. They also lose their teeth all the time, and they grow back pretty much infinitely. The alligators have unlocked an infinite tooth glitch.
Also kind of utilize this dome for some cool split shots with Casper right here.
Same as sharks.
What we're going to talk about on this one is
Listen, alligators, I'm a little testy about swimming with. Sharks, on the other hand, I cannot wait to go on a trip to the Bahamas so I can go to Compass Key and do this.
When you feel the world is over.
I fucking hate these, like, vlogger YouTubers that put in, like, the awful copyrighted music in their intros. But I've never been to a place, like, as tropically beautiful as this in my entire life. It's always been my dream since as long as I can remember. And I found out about this place called Compass Key. You go there, and you get in the water right off the dock. It's very shallow, but there are tons of little sharks. Little nurse sharks and lemon sharks and whatnot. This is such a vibe. Must be Christmas time. They got Christmas lights up. This is what Christmas time is like in the Bahamas, I suppose. But you get in the water with the little guys. This is their mouths, by the way. Like you can see these guys literally can't hurt you. But you swim with the little guys. I want to do this, and I want to do a video where I swim with the guys. I want to sink to the very bottom and just lay on my back on the bottom and watch them swim around me so bad. I want to lay down next to this one. One of my favorite things to do underwater is just to exhale until I sink to the bottom and just to lay on the bottom as long as I can. And I want to be able to do that and just look up at the sharks. It's literally one of my dreams. Look at these little guys. Look at these guys. They're so friendly. You're just surrounded by friendly sharks. This is the dream. And fish. Lots of fish, too. But I mean, they let you pet them. They rub on you. I'm going to rotate one. You know the get rotated meme? I don't care if it's animal cruelty. I'm going to rotate one. I don't care if it's not being aggressive. One's going to get rotated by me. I'm sorry, but I got to rotate a shark at least once in my life. So one of these sharks is going to get rotated. God, look at this. This is such a good swimming spot, too. Just for snorkeling. Get rotated, moron. I'm not going to rotate a shark, unless it goes for me. It's not cruel. It just gets them a bit dizzy. Yeah, if anything, it's like the shark taking a hit off of your weed vape. Tipster, thanks for the raid over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Welcome, Tipster Raiders. Hang out. Have a vibe. We're watching shark videos. This is a stunlock. That's a beautiful beach. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I feel more comfortable swimming with sharks than gators, personally. I've never had a shark try to bite me. I have been pursued by numerous gators. You've seen video of me getting pursued by a gator that had no chance of hurting me, but it still tried. Yeah, maybe I can get Shark 300 to join me, and we can get Shark in the water with the sharks. Rotate Shark 300 instead. Did I miss the J.K. Rowling segment? No! We're actually about to start it, my friends. Breaded Hussar, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. I'm assuming that's a 1-monther, but if not, I'm correct if I'm wrong. But thank you for the $10. Very based and pog of you. Said Xander Hall, have you ever eaten alligator? Many times I have. Yes, it's very good. Fried alligator tail poppers are usually they're pretty spicy from what every time I've eaten them. They're usually served at festivals in Florida, and I love them. I didn't get to eat any while I was in Florida, unfortunately, but I did get to go to the freezer. One of my favorite restaurants ever. The best seafood restaurant ever. I also got to go and revisit my old childhood home. Couldn't go and walk on the property or go inside or anything. Just drove past it and went through the neighborhood. That was nice. It was the house I lived in through most of what I associate with the peak of my childhood. It was about 7 years until a hurricane came and just fucked up my entire neighborhood and flooded my house. And me and my stepdad and my mom were homeless for a few months, pretty much. We stayed with a friend and then we were able to find a new place. But yeah, it was certainly something. It was certainly something. I miss that house a lot, so it was nice to be able to revisit it. Did you see Stampy retired? Yeah, I saw that. Since we're talking childhoods, I never watched Stampy, and I didn't like him very much even when I was younger. I always found his content a little bit, annoying. And he also played the Xbox version of Minecraft, which just kind of cringed me out. I never liked it. His content that was just him talking about stuff I liked. He definitely matured his content. But when he was at his peak, his content was legit, Minecraft 6-year-old video fodder. It got more adult oriented and more mature towards the end of things for the last few years, but Stampy was a known YouTuber who makes content for 6-year-olds YouTuber back then, and I was 14 or 13 when he started to get big, and so I was part of that nihilistic teenager, older Minecraft demographic that started playing it really early on that hated that all these little kids were getting into the game. But now all those little kids are like 18. Yeah, like, a pillow, you were part of that generation of little kids that I was like, goddamn little kids ruining my Minecraft game. And now those little kids are adults. God. Now it's a whole new batch of horrible Zoomers ruining everything. Watching Dream. The MCYT stands. Taters, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very based and pog of you. Said, just realized... Nice. Just realized my subscription lapsed. Here we go. Can't wait to see them quails and hope you had a great trip down to my neck of the woods. Yeah, it was really fun going down to Florida. Hopefully you're having a good time in Florida. But yeah, I really appreciate it. Quail are coming, and your support helps us get there sooner. Thank you so much. And then Hemorrhoid King, thank you for the $5 donation. Said, I'm going to have a baby Smedable in honor of Smanderhall Uwu. I have no idea what you're talking about there, or why you said Smedable and Smanderhall, but okay. Thank you for the $5, Hemorrhoid King. Y'all are weird. Y'all are strange people. Do you guys know that? All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, J.K. Rowling is back in the news because she's the worst. Literally a couple days ago, she had a tweet go viral with 390,000 likes on Twitter. That's just simply her saying no in response to a projector sign that says, repeat after us, trans women are women. That's actually not that many likes when you consider she's the queen of TERFs, and like that's literally every TERF that exists that liked that tweet. But you know, pretty concerning that she's continuing to descend down this path. But we've got a news story besides just her tweeting some cringe shit and getting more transphobic and mask off that it's kind of gotten into the news in the last couple days. Headline follows as such. J.K. Rowling claims that she would, quote, happily spend 2 years in prison for misgendering a trans person. By the way, this whole, like, idea of going to prison for any amount of time for misgendering a trans person is, like, a made-up fantasy that conservatives have. It's a made-up persecution fantasy that right-wingers and TERFs have about trans people. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It never will. Yeah, Jordan Peterson got really big back in 2017 and 2016, claiming that Canada's Bill C-16 expansion to include gender identity as a protected category would be this, but in reality, all it did was expand laws that make it so you can't discriminate based on certain characteristics for hiring for jobs, renting out for living situations, just very basic fundamental stuff. Like, it probably shouldn't be legal to say, we don't allow black people to work here, and then to enforce that. So with laws like that in mind, they expanded it to gender identity, and right-wing grifters claimed, this is making it so if you misgender a trans person on accident, you're gonna get slapped in handcuffs and go to prison. Hasn't happened, never will happen, or never will happen.
I never set out to upset anyone. However, I was not uncomfortable with getting off my pedestal. And was
already off to an interesting start from her quote here.
Interested me over the last 10 years, and certainly in the last few years, the last 2-3 years, particularly on social media, you've ruined your legacy. Oh, you could have been beloved forever, but you chose to say this. And I think you could not have misunderstood me more profoundly. I do not walk around my house thinking about my legacy.
Well, mansions, but yeah, J.K. Rowling doesn't care about her legacy. I do believe her when she says that. I think you are basically making a non-own whenever you tell her that she's giving up her legacy of being unanimously loved by going down in history as a bigot. But, like, she doesn't care. Like, she feels as though trans people, I guarantee that she genuinely feels as though trans people, trans women, and the trans movement is an evil that is hurting women in feminism. A lot of TERFs, and I think J.K. Rowling herself included, see themselves as anti-misogynistic heroes that are fighting against an evil, coercive movement disguising itself as progressivism that is really just a way of hurting women. That's how these people view it. Ironically enough, though, that's what TERFism is. TERFs are just conservatives. They are people who hold conservative values around gender that are trying to disguise said conservative values as a form of feminism. What they view as feminism is simply the protection and superiority of women. With the rise of BuzzFeed and, like, pop feminism, liberal, whatever feminism, that's not really what the academic, like practice and theory of feminism really is, has led to is this belief that feminism and female success are synonymous. You guys have noticed this, right? Simply the idea that female success is feminism. YouTube has been a big purveyor of this with Sniper Wolf. I've used this as an example recently with that drama. Sniper Wolf is one of the largest, if not maybe the largest female YouTuber on the platform. Correct me if I'm wrong. And because of that, YouTube uses her as this bargaining chip in the broader media world to point to her as an example of female success on YouTube. The problem is, she's awful. She's gotten to where she is by stealing content, lying, manipulating, and obviously now she's doxing and threatening people. And YouTube has responded to all of this, if you guys don't know, by giving her a slap on the wrist. She got demonetized temporarily, despite the fact that she literally went to another creator's house, posted their address and house on the internet, threatened them, and encouraged their fans to go pay them a visit. She got temporarily demonetized by YouTube. And YouTube said that they want to be fair to both sides in their statement on the issue. YouTube has outright stated that there will not be any serious repercussions for Sniper Wolf. If they did anything, they know damn well that the wrong people could frame it as YouTube unceremoniously banning without any recourse the most successful female figure on the site, if not one of the biggest. And with that in mind, the same idea carries over to J.K. Rowling. A lot of fucking libs see female success alone as feminism. And J.K. Rowling applies that same standard to herself and to other women and to feminism itself. To J.K. Rowling, her success is feminism. J.K. Rowling being a successful, wealthy woman who stands up for what she believes in. You can say it's not what she's doing as much as you like, but she is standing up for what she believes in. It's just what she believes in is bigotry. She's standing up for bigotry. She views this as feminism, as an epic girl boss moment. You guys know that gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss wasn't always ironic, right? Like, the reason why people say that ironically as a meme is because for a long time there was a culture of women online, of feminist women online, who lived by that motto and said it unironically. Because gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss to people like J.K. Rowling is feminism. Now, in reality, feminism is a political theory, a social and political theory centered around the idea of establishing an egalitarian society with equitable outcomes for people regardless of gender, as well as trying to dismantle and analyze the social structures that basically formulate our biases around, our gender expectations, our gender identities, etc. So everything from, unfair gender expectations and double standards to, policies that negatively affect one gender more than the other. These are the kind of things that feminism, as an academic and political and social theory, are meant to acknowledge. But people like J.K. Rowling and other pop feminists have heavily weaponized it and turned it into feminism is when women succeed. Or feminism is, God forbid, feminism is when women do better than man. It's not what feminism is, and it gives a horrible perspective on what it's about to the broader audience. Like, J.K. Rowling is definitely bringing in a lot of, like, the TERF crowd with this stuff and has a lot of broader acceptance from a lot of, like, you know, the transphobic public, but her messaging is not even good for a transphobe. The constant, like, justification of her transphobia with feminism does not really work in the long run, because most transphobes don't believe in feminism and don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form. So J.K. Rowling will continuously find that those that agree with her and are willing to ally with her on the political right don't even believe or agree with her on many of the most fundamental, basic political ascriptions she holds. Hannah Miller, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Says, the first segment I see after getting my ears pierced is about J.K. Rowling. Lovely. I love watching your live streams, so here's money. Oh, thank you so much. And hopefully your ears are doing well after the piercing. I've never gotten any piercings or tattoos, but I mean, I imagine it's a little sore for a while afterwards, so hopefully that subsides and isn't a problem for you. But yeah, let's continue this clip. This god-awful clip from J.K. Rowling.
To say this. And I think you could not have misunderstood me more profoundly. I do not walk around my house thinking about my legacy. You know, what a pompous way to live your life.
She has a very punchable face. I wouldn't say that. She has a permanent scowl. That one image of J.K. Rowling that was used in that thumbnail, I think by Big Joel, really does sum up her general, like she's constantly got that, like, wrinkled nose, scowl type thing going on. She's got resting bitch face, basically. And she had resting bitch face before she was an out and out transphobe too. This is not an insult that originates from her being a bigot. She's always had resting bitch face. There's just no getting around that. Even if she stopped being transphobic and a bigot tomorrow, that wouldn't change the fact she has resting bitch face. Yeah, she has that, like, Victorian British woman try hard resting. She's trying to do this, by the way. I feel like you've got to try to look this snooty and uptight. Especially, didn't she, like, wasn't she, like, I know this is, like, maybe racist, but not so much in America, but wasn't she, like, the British version of white trash prior to getting rich off of Harry Potter? Wasn't she living off of, like, government subsidies and living in, like, a British trailer park or some shit? I don't know. Like, what, like, what? She's relatively new money, right? Not really. Is that just something she made up to make herself sound good? Nah, she was always middle class. She lost money because she got divorced. Ah.
Walking around thinking, what will my legacy be? Whatever. I'll be dead. I care about now. I care about the living.
Very interesting response. Yeah, I really don't think the argument that her legacy, like, oh, you're destroying your legacy, is really that good of a gotcha against J.K. Rowling. Because to her, she probably believes she's fighting for something good. Like, I know that these people are evil. What they fight for is evil, and they are trying to take away the rights of innocent people and demonize innocent people, but many of them believe they're doing the right thing and that they're fighting for some form of twisted justice. In the case of J.K. Rowling, she believes that trans people are some sort of smokescreen for dangerous men to get women's guard down and predate on them in some way, because J.K. Rowling's brand of feminism is twofold. Women succeeding is feminism, and hating men and calling them predators is feminism. Essentially, J.K. Rowling's feminism is misandry and transphobia. And girl bossing. It's funny because people are unironically transvestigating her on Twitter. Yes, that is the leopards eating faces thing that I was going to bring this around to. As of late, support for J.K. Rowling in the transphobe sphere has been dropping. J.K. Rowling has been getting regularly transvestigated. J.K. Rowling herself is, like, she's gotten some plastic surgery because she's an older lady who wants to look pretty online and in the public eye, despite saying that doesn't matter to her. But, so, like, you can tell how much Botox she's gotten and that she's had a couple procedures. Notably, her nose. Her nose, like, oh my god, look at a picture of J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling pre-plastic surgery. Are you guys ready to see a different person? Are you guys ready to see a literally different person? Literally a different person. The face is shaped, is just a completely different shape. Every aspect, the eyes are a different shape, the eyebrows are a different shape, the nose is different, the laugh lines are different, the mouth is different-ish. Actually, the mouth is kind of still similar. The chin is definitely different. Her entire face has been thinned. The hairs, obviously, you can just change up your hair. Plastic surgery doesn't... I'm obviously not talking about her hair. I'm talking about her face. She looked less evil. Yeah, guys, I don't think that plastic surgery always makes... Like, I think plastic surgery, Botox, and those things are kind of a decision that will maybe be good in the short term, but if you want to preserve your looks in the long term, it may be not the best decision. Maybe not the best decision. Not the most hot of takes. The lighting, though, the lighting's definitely different, but you can tell that the entire shape of the head is different. But yeah, like, a lot of these, like, people who obsess themselves with trans people, the reason why they look so awful, or they look so weird a lot of the time, is they're people who are insanely self-conscious about their own appearances. Like, let's look at some of the most notable transphobes. J.K. Rowling. Let's bring up a picture of J.K. Rowling. We'll bring up that same picture of her before and after plastic surgery. Or a different picture, but, you know, same premise. Okay. Let's bring up images of 3 of the most prominent transphobes in the world right now, okay? At least on social media. J.K. Rowling, Graham Linehan, and Ollie London. All of them happen to be British. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that till I went through the list. There are very clear commonalities among these people. All of them have very obviously are self-conscious about their own appearances, and so they obsess with the appearances of others and believe if they dedicate themselves to shitting on the looks of other people and degrading other people's appearances in some way, then maybe it'll make them look or feel better. It's a very common psychological phenomenon. It's called being an asshole. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like that outro went hard as fuck. Glenner is Irish. I take away that right from him. He's British now. I said so. Thank you for making content. I'm hungry for segments. You're doing great. Thank you, Cherry. I like you being on the sidelines cheering me on with every segment. That makes me happy. What if I told you we have another segment? Also, 600 viewers right now, just about. Holy hell, welcome everybody. I certainly hope you're enjoying your time here. By the way, if you want to play video games with me, you know, maybe because you think I'm the best streamer ever and you want to play a video game with me, Final Fantasy XIV has been the game that I have been no-lifing for months now. And I've gotten to the Stormblood expansion, the second expansion, that the game has. Like, there's base game, Heavensward, then Stormblood. Holy fuck, has it gotten so goddamn good. I'm really starting to understand the praise this game has. And I have a free company. We've got hundreds of members at this point now, so the more people, the merrier. Consider hitting that link to join the Discord for it. If you're a new player who hasn't played at all, it's the best way to get into it is joining the Discord, because people from there will be able to help you get signed up and get logged in. It has an insane free trial of like hundreds of hours of free content, no time limits, and you don't have to put in any payment info to get the free trial. So it's like a legit free trial. Just make sure you get it from Square Enix's website from the right link. Otherwise, you'll be getting the wrong launcher, and you probably won't be signing up via the free trial link. So just make sure you get the right link from people in the Discord from my free company. Get that free trial, hop on, and come play video games with us. I'm going to be getting on Final Fantasy XIV right after stream tonight. So, yeah. Zach FR, thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $15. That really goes a long way and means a lot to me. Didn't say anything, but I hope Sean Solo, Mike Stincy, and SoulRock811 all appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me update that dono goal real fast. Gosh, you guys are being so supportive today. Thank you. Let me get the next segment ready. The Dark Canuck, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian. That's like $1. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I like to make fun of Canadian money. But thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. It says thanks be to Cherry with a little heart. Aw. Everybody say thank you, Cherry. Cherry does a really, really good job of producing content for the channel and getting segments and just editing and making thumbnails and uploading the videos and scheduling them and linking the relevant things that I'm responding to. Cherry puts in a fuck ton of work to make this entire channel possible. Like, without Cherry, I would not be able to do anywhere near the amount of uploads and constant content production that I can. My channel would be a fraction of the size. I might not even be doing YouTube right now if I didn't have Cherry editing for me. So, seriously, thank you to Cherry. Their hard work has been literally what has made the difference between being able to do this and to not for a living. Aw. You're welcome, Cherry. Everybody say thank you to Cherry. Kavinsky, thank you for the 50 SEK. I don't even know how much money that is. An amount. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Kavinsky. Says, thanks be to the Dark Canuck. And then a heart. Aw. I love you all. Thank you all so much for being so kind and generous today. Y'all are amazing. All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Guys, lately I've been discussing... Well, maybe I should rewind a bit. Cherry, cut that little bit out. So, a few months ago... Wait, nope, cut that bit out as well. I got it wrong. So, a couple years ago, I had a correct prediction. One that when I made it initially, was met by an insane amount of pushback. I had entire response videos made to me in regards to that topic that got hate rated, such as by Noah Sampson, whose fans still hate raid said video where I make that said correct prediction to this day. I claimed, back in end part of 2021, midpoint of 2021, that we were seeing a drop in the success and popularity of lefty politics online, particularly on YouTube and Twitch, and that we were going to see a drastic rise of right-wing content popularity akin to that of Gamergate online. People were very negative and did not agree with this claim. Months later, the rise of Andrew Tate began. Andrew Tate started to really get big, and less than a year later, Andrew Tate was at his peak. So that basically came out of nowhere. But, well, for a lot of people it did, I should say. But I recognized the signs that the right was getting more social credibility and power online a mile away. And that's why, to a lot of people, the meme of Zan being an oracle started. Like, oh, Zan's an oracle, Zan's an oracle. No, I just noticed the signs, right? And I got a lot of pushback. People told me I was wrong, that I was stupid for saying this, that I was incorrect, and even people saying I wanted it to happen, and that's why I was saying it. But I think time kind of validated me and vindicated me there. Here's the thing, though. About 6 months ago, around that time, you guys might be able to recall, I started saying I see the online right dying. I see their larger creators and the majority of them losing relevance. I see lefty creators starting to get a little more steam in their channel growth again. And I see Trump's unpopularity feeding a lot into it. And I think the next election is going to lean heavily for the Democrats, especially with how heavily the right has, been openly anti-LGBT. And in the last few months, we've seen the fall of the red pill community. Andrew Tate is basically silent and just awaiting a prison sentence. Sneeko has admitted the red pill community is dying and has been just getting humiliated back to back to back to back. There's just the right-wing red pill sphere is basically crashing and burning. It's more dead by the day with each passing day. And with that, the entire rest of the right is falling. The only right-wing content creators really growing and maintaining right now are like Brett Cooper, the Quartering's dying off. I really can't think of that many content creators on the right that are actively exploding and growing. The only person I can think of that comes to mind is Brett Cooper, and she's probably going to fall off after that godforsaken Snow White Daily Wire movie comes out. Once they know that she's associated with, the failure that is the Daily Wire, and she's associated with the, failure of that movie, there's going to be entire videos deconstructing it. Yellow Flash has fallen off really hard, apparently. Yeah. So with that in mind, it's continuing. That fall of right-wing content online is continuing in some of the most glorious ways I've ever seen. You see, in the last year or so, the popularity of anti-woke gaming content has begun to drop a lot. Notably, there has been more hatred for that type of content as well. A good example of this is a video that went negatively viral 8 months ago, but has come back around into the cultural zeitgeist to people talking about it because it's getting re-recommended to people, and even more hate is going its way because of it. It's from 8 months ago. I'm tired of woke video games. From Disillusioned Player. It has 155k views. All of the comments are negative. Mostly dislikes. So yeah, the reaction to this video has not been as positive as you would think a video of this sort would get in a time like what was has been going on for the last couple years, right? You'd think a video like that would go super viral. But instead, posts like this are going viral on Twitter with 21,000 likes talking about it. You might also like this. I don't think so, YouTube. And this is YouTube trying to push the video on people. Because, of course, the viewership and the fact that this type of content is, generally pretty clickable. YouTube's trying hard to push the conservative politics to people and keep the videos and the topic relevant for their, bottom line. But people aren't even actually clicking YouTube's artificial reinforcement of right-wing politics. Let's take a look at the video, shall we? Some of the top comments include, "Wish companies would stop trying to enforce the woke Portugal agenda on my children. I love woke video games. I go to GameStop at 5 a.m. every time I have a new pre-order for a woke video game, and then I call the white clerk a Jerry and leave without actually playing. My favorite part of modern video games is when they say it's woken time and woke all over the straight white males." So, those are the top comments on the video. It gives you a little perspective on the general reaction that most people are having to the people who have a meltdown and call everything even marginally progressive or inclusionary in video games woke. It's starting to become a nothing burger. It's starting to become a nothing insult, just like SJW did back in the day, just like I said it would. The internet has a tendency to, once enough people agree on something, it stops being popular to believe it. Enough people agreed on right-wing anti-woke shit that it stopped being popular to be anti-woke. And it started to be popular to be anti-anti-woke. Same thing happened with Gamergate. Even to an extent, the people whose politics are just contrarianism will move to the left when conservative politics and being anti-woke becomes popular enough.
I made the mistake of thinking that video games were supposed to be fun. My naive younger self foolishly played Grand Theft Auto with a
I like that it's literally an AI voice channel on top of all of it as well. A literal AI voice channel.
Smile on my face as I plowed through pedestrians on the sidewalk, when I should have done so while simultaneously mourning the fact that my very existence as a straight white male has resulted in the perpetuation of racist, patriarchal, and homophobic systems that oppress people I've never met. I'm just kidding, by the way. It's sad that I feel I have to say that. But the way modern media is now, you can say the most outrageous things imaginable, and people really can't be sure. The people most active in being offended are a vocal minority that have convinced all the powerful institutions of Western society that they need to cater to them.
Wait, why is this not shown in any electoral data? Why does the majority of the country in every, polling support mostly left-wing policies? And why are most people in America more supportive of Democrats than Republicans? You know that Trump lost the popular vote, right?
As a result, nearly all popular level media presents the same tired woke opinion on everything. And this has taken over the gaming industry entirely.
It is really interesting how desperate for a conspiracy these people had to get to explain. Because, part of this reactionary content is the idea that, on one hand, gamers are this oppressed minority who are having their games attacked and taken away by the powerful woke mob and the woke culture of today that's so overwhelming and inescapable. But at the same time, it's they can't be powerful, though. They can't acknowledge that this means, by a logical conclusion, that woke politics are popular. They can't say that. They can't just say woke politics are popular, because for right-wingers, a lot of politics is nothing more than a popularity contest. And the people on the right side of an issue are the ones that are the most popular on the issue, at least as far as you can tell. As a matter of fact, one of the most common responses I get to takedown videos I do of big conservative YouTubers from their fans is just simply pointing out how much lower my sub count is compared to the big right-wing YouTubers I cover. To them, simply the fact that the right-wing YouTubers I respond to have a larger sub count and more views is the only thing they need to see to determine who's in the right and who's in the wrong. I'm in the wrong because I have less subs and I have less views in my videos. It's as simple as that. Because to a lot of conservatives, they just want to be on the winning team. It's a popularity contest. Simply making the argument, though as conspiratorial and false as it may be, that secretly the anti-woke crowd is actually the majority, they've been silenced, allows them to have their cake and eat it too. They get to claim that wokeness is this inescapable, unassailable power that everybody needs to unite against and fight against. You need to keep on watching these right-wing YouTubers' videos to fight against the woke ideology, but at the same time, you're still on the winning side, you're still on the popular side if you're anti-woke, because the overwhelming popularity of woke politics is actually just a smokescreen. It's not real. It's just a small vocal minority, apparently. That's basically their way of trying to have their cake and eat it too.
To the point that it's pretty much impossible to be an open conservative.
This is also basically word for word the one of the core tenets of fascism, which is the enemy must be both strong and weak. Literally one of the core tenets of fascism, which is, pretty concurrent in your average conservative gaming content creators' videos. Pretty interesting.
And keep your job as a game journalist or developer. The industry is a hive mind of radical leftist opinions that is completely out of touch with the opinions of most of its consumers. Take, for instance, the outrage.
Is that really true? Because gaming at this point is the largest entertainment industry in the world. Gaming as an industry makes more money almost than books, movies, TV, and like any other form of entertainment combined. Video games are the biggest entertainment industry, period. The biggest. Not to mention, a large part of this has been due significantly to the rise of female gamers in the last, like, decade, notably. Something that happened in the 80s was video games. So video games were an expensive thing, like a very expensive thing. They were initially marketed as a game system for the whole family to take part in, because if you were going to spend that much money on a game system, it wasn't normalized that, like, you would spend $600, $400 in a game system. That's just a normal thing now that you just expect. But back then, this little thing you plug in and you play these games you could play at the arcade for hundreds of dollars is how much it costs to get the system, much less the games. It was a family device. You had to sell it to the entire family. But gaming started to get more specialized. It started to get more expensive. It started to get more like a lifestyle. And then the industry crashed. There was a big crash. We went from, like, the what was it? The Power Glove, like the Nintendo Power Glove, to a crash in the gaming industry. Yep, the 1982 gaming crash, Delancer. A massive crash in the gaming industry. The gaming industry decided we need to figure out how to consolidate our market. So instead, they started almost exclusively marketing to boys. Gaming consoles and gaming systems and games were marketed in the boys' toys aisle, and they were marketed as a toy for young boys, which meant starting from the early 80s, an entire generation of young boys almost exclusively grew up on video games, came into their early 20s and into their early 30s around now, grew up on video games being almost exclusively a boys' club, and these are in large part the people that are the founders of the anti-woke video game trend, and they are now trying to convince young, naturally shithead, misogynistic, like, teenage boys on the internet to join in with their, like, bizarre longing for a nostalgic era of video games being a boys' club that they weren't even alive for, by the way. But in recent years, video games have grown a massive appeal with a broader demographic. In large part, it's just advertising and accessibility that has made more women play video games. But in other ways, it's been the genre kind of expanding into areas that are more accessible to women, based on, like, things that, like, women tend to find more interesting. Listen, I'm not saying that women are more biologically and mentally inherently predisposed to playing a healer, but there's a reason why so many women in games like to play healers. The existence of games like Overwatch, League, and MMOs that allow you to play healers have allowed for so many women to get into gaming. So many women have gotten into gaming because of the existence of the healer class in games. Simple as that. The healer class being a thing in games, the GF class, as they call it, has been a quite significant boost to the accessibility for women to get into games and the appeal for women to get into games. Trans support players too. A lot of trans women love playing support as well. That's proof of the woman brain inside of trans women. But on top of that, games like Celeste, games like Stardew Valley, and whatnot. These are games that certainly have a sizable male audience, but, like, dude, how many times has a girl asked you to play The Sims with them? Or asked you to play Stardew Valley with them? For me, it's been countless times I've been asked by girls to play The Sims or Stardew Valley. These genres of games just have more market appeal to women than games that are all about, like, shooty military dudes and, like, with beards and, like, military tack shooters and stuff. Like, women like them. There are women who like military tack shooters and the other types of games that have been popular with guys historically. But, they're markedly, they were marketed at interests that guys typically have, and the outcome was obvious. But more recently, you've got all sorts of games that have much less gender appeal as well. Like, for example, Minecraft. Minecraft is like the most 50-50 appeal of demographics it gets, right? Games like Pokemon, exactly. Pokemon's a good example. A lot of women who play video games grew up on Pokemon. That was their first game. What else? What else is a good example? I don't know. It's mostly just modern gaming. Like, mostly since the 90s, we've started to see games start to take more of a veer towards broader accessibility. And when I say broader accessibility, I don't say, like, women couldn't play the games before. It's that the games were made centered around premises that were generally less appealing to women. Like, take the premise of COD. Most guys are going to be pretty interested in the premise of COD. Take the premise of Stardew Valley. Most guys aren't going to be interested in the premise of Stardew Valley. Flip the genders, though, and you show a girl Stardew Valley and a girl COD, you can guess which premise is going to be more interesting to a girl 99% of the time.
Over Days Gone's protagonist. John Ryan from IGN claims that he rolled his eyes upon first sight of the character because he was, quote, yet another gruff white male protagonist. Kotaku's Jason Schreier similarly wrote that he liked the protagonist, despite the fact
it's been like a pretty long-standing meme at this point, even outside of woke gaming journalism, that white guy with brown hair and stubble is the least original character design you can make for a character in a video game. There's a certain point where it's not even woke to say white guy, brown hair, stubble is like, it's not even woke to say that's repetitive. It's just an observation. Like, calling that woke is the same as calling it, like, racist to say, I don't know, like, it's interesting that, like, 99% of the characters in this game are white. Like, it's not racist to say these things. Like, you can make an observation about, like, the representation in a video game, and that doesn't make it racist. You can even make a criticism about it, and that doesn't make it racist. It's the context you have to consider. Like, I don't know. I feel like conservatives who are so quick to say the left are the ones who call everything racist, and freak out over the smallest things are a little quick to say, to attack people who make the very common observation of white guy, brown hair, stubble is a pretty basic video game protagonist design.
That he was, quote, the typical gruff AAA white dude biker. Simply the fact that he was a straight white male with masculine characteristics.
Final Fantasy XIV, by the way, leans into this heavily, and I respect it, okay? I respect the fuck out of Final Fantasy XIV's trailers for leaning into the Warrior of Light stand-in character being the most basic video game protagonist guy ever. Just white dude, brown hair, stubble.
Made these journalists upset. What is especially annoying about this is that straight white male is likely also a description of the majority of their audience.
It depends on the game. I mean, so the argument that so a lot of these people make the argument that you shouldn't criticize video games that aren't inclusive with their casting because the game has a demographic that is more alike to said casting. And it's like, okay, if that's your reasoning for why it's unreasonable to criticize the white character, then why do you, like, prickle up at the argument that non-white, non-male, non-straight gamers like the representation they get in other games that this guy, no doubt, is about to call woke? Like, insert woke video game, I don't care. Why is it bad that the people who play that are not straight white males like that representation, but you are allowed to like the representation of characters that are straight white and male? They literally, like, will flip-flop on whether or not it's good to like characters that look like you in a game based on whether or not, like, we're talking about non-straight white people wanting to see people that look like them in games or are like them in games, or straight white people wanting to have people that look like them in games. The truth is, at the end of the day, people like this guy will only ever be happy if the characters in games they play are either A, strong, buff, grizzled, badass white dudes, and then hot white women, and sometimes Asian women, to act as eye candy, and that is it. That is how they want gaming to remain. Like, the most over-the-top stereotypical representation. Like, take the most ridiculously over-the-top stereotypical representation of, like, male power fantasy. If that was every video game ever, they would love it. Guys like this want every video game ever to be Doom, but way more stereotypical than Doom. Yes, they want every video game ever to be Duke Nukem. Not even God of War, because the new God of War games, they're calling the new God of War games woke. Because it's about Kratos becoming a better person. They want him to be a murder death machine with no remorse. So, even though he was never that, by the way. But also, on top of that, like, yeah. No, it's a perfect example, actually. The new God of War games they consider woke. Do you want to know why they consider the new God of War game woke? Because, let me show you why. Big spoilers, I guess, for Ragnarok. Pretty much this scene is why they call the game woke.
Father, I...
Such a good game. Oh yeah, because of her, by the way, as well. Yeah, I forgot. Her existing is an example. And then Thor being fat, even though it's like the most canonically Norse lore accurate version of Thor ever to be put on screen. Like, the Thor in this game is how Norse Thor is described in every way in Norse mythology. They've literally got him nailed down. His physical appearance, the red hair. Thor's redheaded in Norse mythology, by the way. They got that down as well. And in the myth, Thor is fat. He drinks and eats all day. He's a big, fat, strong man. But he's very strong too. So this next scene is why, a large part of why many gamers in the God of War fandom, if you can even call them God of War fans, called the game woke. Because Kratos, after saying goodbye to his son, because his son is now kind of grown up, become a man, can do his own thing, and wants to go on adventures across the world with his girlfriend, is leaving him. And Kratos is back to being solo again, like he's without his son for the first time ever, and he cries. And you'll see it in a second, but like literally we see like the most emotionally vulnerable moment for like this character that we've ever gotten in like 7 games maybe, technically. Could be 8. And it's so well built up to, so well earned, this scene. But to gamers that are like obsessed with the political implications of showing, I guess, a strong man crying, to them, this scene isn't an amazing moment of storytelling, finally reaching a moment where Kratos feels like he's able to forgive himself, I guess. Instead, they see it as like woke modern game developers ruining their epic, strong, badass hero. He's not adventuring with Angrboda? Bullshit. I want him to be out there adventuring with Angrboda. So this is him seeing the true prophecy that had been hidden from him, that his true future is for the people to worship him as a hero. And this is after he's like saved everybody and done a bunch of hero shit. And so like he cries for a second. For like a second he cries at the sight of the first ever depiction of people not being afraid of him. And people called it woke. Like, dude, if these gamers have their way, the gaming medium will be destroyed. Let me see if I can skip to something actually interesting or compelling as far as arguments go in this.
Romance opportunities for pervy play.
Like, there's not much you can get from this. Like, there's a reason why this video has been so utterly demolished. It's some loser's AI voice, like, woke bad video that's gotten more dislikes than likes.
Players who play as female shepherd, but felt that a gay romance was not in character for the male shepherd. How dare they make a decision based on what they felt was most true to the character, rather than exclusively pushing a political agenda? Of course, they caved in later Mass Effect games and gave the option for a gay shepherd, because when your primary motivation is money, the loudest minority can get you to do whatever they want.
When your primary motivation is money, the loudest minority can get you to do anything you want. You understand that game companies and the CEOs and the big people at the top of said companies that make these extraordinarily successful, like, dude, they went on forever calling The Last of Us 2 woke. Do you remember the internet firestorm? Where is it? 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 Where's the trailer where they do the thing? Where's the trailer? Where's the gay trailer? Where's the gay trailer? Where's the gay trailer? Where's the gay trailer? Which one's the gay trailer? Is this the gay trailer? Did I find it? That's not the gay trailer. Where's the gay trailer? Chat, where's the gay trailer? The one that made everyone lose their fucking shit. Did they, like, delete it off YouTube or some shit? They deleted it because everybody got so mad. Holy fuck, no, I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Well, that's the scene from the game. That's not even the trailer. No, it wasn't for DLC for the first game. That was when they revealed that Ellie was gay, although it was suggested in the original. No, the second game's trailer and the scene from where Ellie and Dina kiss, that was basically like the thing that spurred so much discourse. And then, of course, there was the whole... okay, this game's so old at this point, I'm just going to spoil it. Who cares? Cover your ears if you can't handle it and you planned on playing this game. In the early marketing material, we see a character. So we found out a couple things in the early marketing of the game. One was that a trans character would be in the game. And the other was the reveal of the character of Abby. Abby is not trans. Abby is not a trans woman. However... And oh boy, is The Last of Us Season 2 going to create some insane discourse, bro. Hot damn is The Last of Us Season 2 on HBO going to create some discourse. That's going to be it's going to be a fun time to be a content creator that does politics videos in the left when that season releases. This is what Abby looks like. She is not trans. She is a cis woman who's just buff. And, but to, like, right-wing transphobes online, the interpretation you see when you see buff woman is, oh, she must actually secretly be, and this is what they think, a man pretending to be a woman. That's what they think in their mind. And so they all assumed that Abby was trans. There was no verification. There was no real evidence for it other than they just assumed it. And, you know, I guess women can't be muscular. And so literally... for months up until the game came out, because they can always tell, the narrative was that this character was trans. And then maybe 2 months or a month before the game released, something leaked. Early in the game, Abby beats Joel to death with a not a baseball bat, not Negan, with a golf club, because he killed her father in that rampage he did at the end of the first game to save Ellie. He, like, brutally murdered her father, and so she's been on a vengeance spree for a long time and has finally caught up with him. And so her character kills Joel's character. And it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, good storytelling in my opinion. I think it's, like, a good setup for the game. I mean, beloved characters dying is not something to send death threats to actors and writers over, in my opinion, which is what happened over this. Turned out the actual trans character was a trans man, or a trans boy, I guess you would say, because he's a kid. So literally not even that character. It turns out the character who's trans is the one that Abby, like, sort of does a Joel and Ellie for. like Abby is in the same position as Joel in the first game, like, protecting and like, keeping safe a kid, and the kid is the one who's trans, so... you know, you could really tell which conservatives were shitting on this game that never played it and didn't know anything about it based on whether or not they called Abby trans, and many still do. And part of that, like, in response to this, the right created a massive wave of saying that The Last of Us 2 had gone woke and it was going to fail. But if you actually look at the Last of Us 2 sales analysis, within, what was it? It's Wednesday night, and I thought I would discuss the sales of The Last of Us 2. I personally believe that there have been many misconceptions about how this game performed. Was it unsuccessful? Did it flop? Why haven't we received any sales updates after the first week? Most people might be unaware. Here's my analysis. More than 4 million copies sold. Is it 4 million copies sold or 4 million copies shipped? It's 4 million copies sold, not 4 million copies shipped. When Sony published their sales figures to the public, they tell us it's either sell in or sell through. Sell in or sold it. Basically, it was literally one of the biggest PlayStation game releases ever when it came out. I think maybe a game has topped it since then, but when Last of Us 2 came out, it was the most sold, most successful PlayStation release of all time. And through that, the right continued to say the game went woke and went broke, and that the majority of gamers do not support these woke games, and the game would be a flop. But the data doesn't show this. The numbers have never showed this. That's literally the entirety of this video that we're reacting to, is it just seems to be him saying actual gamers don't, like, the majority of gamers don't support this, but the games that these people call woke are some of the biggest releases ever. Just ever, period. So, is it made up? Is it just, like, made up sales? Are all the culture and community around these games like The Last of Us and the Sony Spider-Man game and whatnot, or are these games like made up fan bases? Are they psyops? Years and years after their release, the game studios are faking fan bases for them? Clearly not. Clearly not. The fact is that this anti-woke crowd is very nichely popular, and that niche is only popular circumstantially. And right now, especially, the niche is not as popular, which you love to see. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, it's entirely made up. Most woke AAA games do sell very well, yes. Nice, guys. Thank you all for your support today. Thank you for being here. I love having you all on stream. I'm getting the next segment ready. Woke was actually voted most annoying word of 2022 in a Marist poll. Or Marist poll? Huh. Interesting. Alright, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action. 3, 2, 1, action. Chat, what is the one thing we know is true of all conservatives? That's right, chat. That's right. You guys got it. That's real good. Yep. Chat's good. Chat knows what's up. And with that in mind, let's read this headline. Anti-trans conservative busted with child sex abuse pictures on his computer. This story is from Wednesday. An Indiana man with a history of posting far-right and anti-trans memes on social media has been arrested and charged with possession of child sex material. Every time. Eldon W. Phelps, 25 years old, of Lebanon, Indiana, was arrested in August after the Boone County Sexual Assault and Child Exploitation Task Force linked him to an image of a prepubescent girl being raped by an adult man. Wait, that's not that means that he was in the image. That means he was doing the raping in the image. In April, the task force received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that included an email address and the username Martian Massacre Productions, both of which were linked to an internet user who had stored the image. They were then able to link the image to Phelps via online and phone records. According to the Lebanon Reporter, when police questioned Phelps in August, he told them they would find more child sex abuse material on his desktop computer. Investigators are currently performing forensic reviews of material found on the computer and other devices seized from Phelps. His trial is scheduled for December. So he just straight up told them that they would find more on his computer. He just admitted it. He didn't even bother lying? Jesus. Following the paper's report on Phelps' arrest and charging, one user of X, the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, posted several anti-trans memes and news stories shared by a Facebook account that appears to belong to the 25-year-old. One post featured an image of the transgender pride flag describing its pink, white, and blue stripes as, quote, pervert color. Another featured a Fox News story about Bud Light's partnership with Dylan Mulvaney, including a transphobic quote from host Greg Gutfield. Ex-user Bex described Phelps as an Indiana libertarian. The Facebook account for Eldon Wolfgang Phelps, on which the post appeared, is rife with anti-vaccine, pro-gun... Come on. Why do American liberals have to associate pro-gun with anti-vaccine, misogynistic, and medical misinformation? You guys see why, like, progressive gun people are, like, heavily thrown off by that, right? When regularly progressive outlets list pro-gun along with anti-vaccine, misogynistic, and medical misinformation and anti-immigrant. Like, why are those in the same list? Why? Fucking libs. The user also reposted multiple videos featuring social media personality Andrew Tate, who has been charged with rape and human trafficking in Romania, including that of minors. Reminder, by the way, Andrew Tate is also a pedophile. The user also posted multiple anti-trans memes and appears to have gotten particularly worked up over the controversy surrounding Bud Light's partnership with Dylan Mulvaney in April. Around the same time, the Boone County Sexual Assault and Child Exploitation Task Force received that tip that led to Phelps' arrest. So here are some memes he's posted. Ooh, here's an example. This is literally a link to his Facebook account. Holy shit. His Facebook is still up. So here's him posting... that meme format of the lady who wasn't triggered. Like, if you guys don't know, by the way, because this is such a, like, recognizable meme format the right has used to strawman the left, the story behind this image is the lady here isn't triggered. The lady here is in a crowd talking, and she's just mouthing her words, like, she's mouthing very, like, clearly each word, so the person she's arguing with in the crowd, who's, like, some conservative dude screaming that all Mexicans are rapists. She's mouthing the words, if you think all Mexicans are rapists and the majority of the people coming over the border are men, then aren't you arguing that most of those men are rapists? That's pretty misogynistic. That's what she's saying there, and she's just mouthing it. Or that's pretty misandrist is what she's saying, and she's mouthing it so that you can be you can tell what she's saying over the crowd, but conservatives screen capped it and turned it into a meme to make her look triggered. When you look at the video, the original video this image comes from, most of the comments are people saying, wow, I thought the lady in this video was triggered, but she's not mad at all. Like, I feel completely lied to. I feel like my entire world has been shattered finding out the true story behind the image. But, nice to see that this conservative transphobic pedophile posted that meme format as well. Posted this meme as well. From iFunny. Oh my god, he posted a transphobic iFunny meme. Didn't even crop out the iFunny watermark. Goes from 200th place to world champion. Male athletes when they're terrible at sports. Trans mode. The funny thing is, as well, is like, where is this happening? Like, where is this, like, domination of trans women in sports? Like, you would think this would be so much more common, right? Like, there's one story of a trans woman winning like a gold medal, and that's like the one story, and it happened once, and so now that's what's happening everywhere all the time, 24/7, and it never ends. It's like dealing with an abusive partner, right? Have you ever had like an abusive partner or an abusive parent that like holds any mistake you've made ever against you forever? Like you were 10 years old and you made a mistake, and like your abusive parent holds that against you when you're 25. Like it's that kind of thing, right? Like one time a trans person won a gold medal, like a trans person dared to win, and so that means that trans people are unfairly winning gold medals 24/7 all the time, always. It didn't just happen once. It is what is always happening constantly every day. It is a consistent, ongoing issue that we need to fight. It's like, that's how they frame it. Another iFunny meme. Boomers, I can't believe I wore bell bottoms. Gen X, I can't believe I wore my hair like that. Millennials, I can't believe I was goth/emo. Gen Z, I can't believe I cut my dick off. Ah, yes, it's not like trans people have existed since... These are trans people. They didn't have color photos back then. I'm pretty sure this whole trans thing's not a Gen Z thing. There are also historical writings of very obvious trans people in well before the existence of phototechnology history. You can go back over 1,000 years and there is writings of historical consensus of like people who are very clearly trans. There was a monarch who was trans, yes? Was there not a queen who was literally trans? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know the name or anything, but I'm sure one of you guys in chat knows. Trans Roman Emperor. Ancient Greece and Egypt. Emperor of Rome. Roman Empress. There's a Roman Empress. Ah, I see. Cool. Yeah. So basically, no, it's not like this new made-up thing, but I don't know why I'm responding to a meme posted by a conservative pedophile. Let's kind of acknowledge the whole pedocon theory thing here, okay? The truth is, there are two types of people that you'll meet that think trans people are at risk of predating on kids. You've got people who are generally just kind of ignorant, right? And they see an example of a trans person showed to them by a conservative. So let's use for an example, like, trans girl who's maybe not been on hormones that long and has, like, purple hair or something. They show that to somebody who's very ignorant and unexposed to the idea of trans people, and they get that to be the image that of trans people they have in their mind. Now, to clarify, there's nothing wrong with looking like that or being that, but to somebody who's very ignorant and unexposed, that is going to shock them. There's going to be a certain level of culture shock at being exposed to somebody who's different, right? And because of that, said person is very likely to then make a lot of negative assumptions about someone who is so different than anyone they've really met or been exposed to in a positive way before. And so it's easy to then start to ascribe negative stereotypes to that kind of person. And so you get, like, they show images of, like, a drag queen doing drag queen story hour. That looks weird to people. And yes, it does look weird to a lot of people. Most people are not in favor of drag queen story hour, but they're not against it enough to do anything about it. But to be clear, the average consensus among most Americans is that drag queen story hour is weird. And so you show them that, you get them emotionally invested in their ignorant reaction to something that's different to them, and then you start feeding them negative stereotypes that they're apt to believe because they're already weirded out by something that's unusual to them. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just unusual to them, and people have that kind of reaction to things that are different. And so it's very easy to convince people, hey, maybe this weirdo who, like, has purple hair or whatever, that's trans, and you've never met a trans person before, isn't trustworthy around kids. It's not too hard of a premise to sell a lot of people on. So a lot of people who believe in the whole, like, trans people are predators, gay groomer thing are people like that. And those people are very easy to get out of their, like, fear-based propaganda position. But then you've got the people who are dyed-in-the-wool bigots, the people who live and breathe and will die by the gay groomer narrative. The propagandists who have big platforms who push this stuff, and the people who wholeheartedly believe it and consume their content religiously. People like this guy. People like that, more often than not, are projecting. They think that if they insult others for something that is true about themselves enough, then maybe they will be able to, dissuade suspicion from themselves. That's really the best idea of why they do it I can get. It's projection. And time again, they keep getting outed as predators and pedophiles over and over and over again. The loudest voices against trans and gay people being allowed to have any contact with kids. And yet, statistically, the rate of being a child predator among gay people, and especially among trans people, is lower than that of cis people. Cis straight men are the highest demographic likelihood of being a pedophile than gay people or any LGBT demographic. Cis straight men. Cis straight men make up the majority of bigots and transphobes as well. All the puzzle pieces line up to show that the majority of these conservative anti-trans gay groomer narrative spreaders are themselves just projecting pedocons. And that is where the term pedocon law and pedocon theory comes from. Because time and time again, stories like this, numbering in the thousands and the millions even, continuously prove this true. Not only that, but everything they stand for does nothing but to abet and aid the ability for pedophiles and child predators to more easily manipulate and harm children without them being able to know that they're being abused and to seek help from a trustworthy adult, as well as trying to enable social hierarchies that basically codify pedophilia as being the morally best thing to do. Let me have Matt Walsh say it best, actually. I think Matt Walsh really puts it best from the conservative perspective. Matt Walsh defending child marriage and pregnancy. I'll let Matt Walsh say it because I feel like from the conservative perspective, he words it best here.
It is not. In fact, ever since the beginning of time, it is not. In fact, ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. It used to be more common. The peak, ever since they started keeping records of these things, which they only started doing recently, like in the 20th century, but ever since they started keeping records, in 1957 was the peak for teenage pregnancy. 1957. Not 2009,
well, back
not
then,
today.
All of them were supposed to have kids. Like, that's when you had kids.
That's my point, okay?
Reminder, by the way, he denies that this was his point to this day. He denied it when Shark confronted him on it in person. This guy says that's when you're supposed to have kids at 16, and Matt interrupts him and says, that's my point, hold on. Listen to that again.
7. Not 2009,
well, back
not
then,
today.
All of them were supposed to have kids. Like, that's when you had kids.
That's my point, okay?
Why won't it load?
That's my point, okay? So to all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. It's always been that way. Even biologically, and this is me just stating, right now I'm going to start by just stating facts. So fact number 1, it's not a new phenomenon. Fact number 2, in fact, it's a phenomenon that was...
God, what is up right now?
Fact number 2, in fact, it's a phenomenon that was more common earlier in history, and for, the first 6,000 to 10,000 years of human existence, it was a normal thing. Fact 3. Girls between the ages of like 17 and
Come on.
24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact. All right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing.
I love that quote. That quote lives in my head rent free. I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. And the way he says it lives in my head rent free, dude.
17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact. All right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing.
God, it lives in my head rent free, dude. It lives in my head so rent free. It's such a desperate attempt for a fucking weirdo creep to try to, like, when he recognizes how pedophilic what he's saying is, to try to, like, diffuse it. Good God. God. Good translation, Hakan. I will not repeat it. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. Did you guys have fun? I feel like that was a good one. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. This has been a fun stream. I'm so out of weed, though. God, I'm so dangerously out of weed. Ooh, this is a good segment. Holy shit, I'm excited for this one.
Spoilers.
Oh, well, you guys got spoiled on who I'm covering, or who I'm reacting to, technically. But a based Xanderhall reaction, not one of those cringe, like, XQC style or Hassan style, not actually reacting to shit reactions. My reactions end up being so long-winded and so pausey that I rarely can ever finish whatever video I react to. And this is a pretty long one, so probably won't finish it, but you guys can finish it on your own time after giving it a like and subscribing to the channel we're watching. That's for sure. Alright, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Yo! Good news! One of my favorite videos on all of YouTube that does, like, media analysis videos and debunks of right-wing media analysis grifters, Pillar of Garbage has uploaded a new video. Pillar of Garbage has a criminally low sub count, currently sitting 5,000 subs short of me right now. This motherfucker deserves like 1 million plus subs. Like the quality of the videos, the amount of introspection and quality of the general like media analysis that he does deserves way more subs than what he's got right now. Like this is a criminally underrated channel. Every new sub I can send their way is like worth it. So go subscribe, please. Here's a link to Pillar of Garbage's channel. Go subscribe. You guys are about to see why you should and why you want to go subscribe. Please leave a like on the video that we're watching. There'll be a link in the description to it as well when this goes up on YouTube. Please go send some support and please go sub and hell, even comment that I sent you. It helps to boost the channel and the algorithm. This guy makes some fantastic content and he just put out a new video on Nerdrotic, one of the most obnoxious and still holding on to a certain level of relevance conservative grifters out there. And he's part of, like, the Neckbeard gang. He's friends with, like, Mahler and, Geeks and Gamers and the Quartering and that sphere, right? The, like, anti-woke, like, new media is all garbage and only classic film before things got woke is good. Anyway, he makes really good responses to those videos. Critical Drinker as well, he's quite known for responding to. And he's very good at, like, just taking apart the complete hypocrisy of these grifters in the most spectacular ways possible. No doubt we're not going to be able to watch all of this because I tend to pause a lot and elaborate on what's being said. And, yeah, you're not getting a Hassan-style reaction where I just sit here silently. It's not how I do things. So, unfortunately, as I mentioned before, chances are we aren't going to be able to react to the whole thing on stream. I'm just going to pause it too much for that. So, let's get started on this. I'm excited to see what's happening. what's going on with Nerdrotic, what response Pillar of Garbage has for him, because I think this is his first response to Nerdrotic. He's responded to Critical Drinker, he's responded to Geeks and Gamers, I believe. This is his first time responding to this guy. Dipping, because no spoilerinos for Blue Beetle. I haven't seen this movie. I don't know if I will see it, but maybe I will. Who knows?
For Blue Beetle. Not long ago, the YouTube channel Nerdrotic Daily uploaded a video titled Let's Taco About Blue Beetle, whose thumbnail you're seeing now.
Oh god, that video went so viral. The thumbnail went viral in the lefty sphere as well, but it did really well on YouTube.
Now, that's Jola Dueña as Jaime Reyes, alongside Consuela from Family Guy, a taco, or a chalupa, and a big capitalized yikes. People didn't like that video very much.
Beetle, and they are so honestly, blatantly racist.
Just look at this fuck-ass thumbnail. Look at it, okay?
This actually is a pretty, good point to what I was talking about in my earlier segment, by the way, about how, Gen Z, this, new generation of Gen Z that fell down the red pill pipeline is growing up and out of the, conservative politics, and it's starting to become more popular to call out the cringe circle jerk fest of conservative anti-woke grift content. It's becoming more popular to shit on this type of content and make fun of it than it is to make it and consume it.
This guy straight up called us sneaky? Nah, this isn't criticism of a movie. This is hating on us as a people. This is just so blatant. Oh my goodness, bro.
So, let's talk about Nerdrotic, shall we? Nerdrotic is the channel and persona of this guy, Gary. If you've spent much time on the comic book or superhero movie side of YouTube, or if you've seen many videos on this platform pushing back against wokeness, the message, or Disney's quest to undermine masculinity or whatever, you'll be familiar with Nerdrotic, or at least you'll have seen his influence. Nerdrotic's content tends to fall into one of two categories. His main channel output is this stuff.
The crazy thing is, a guy like this would be seen as a complete loser, and is seen as a complete loser by broader society, but the internet has afforded the ability for a guy with a neck beard, and this is literally definitionally a neck beard, and just a ridiculous amount of nerd regalia, who is also a bigoted piece of shit who hates women and gatekeeps his hobby. This is the most unlikable form of nerd stereotype that exists. But the internet allows for someone who would otherwise be the biggest failure of all humans that can exist. He's also 50 years old, yes. That would be the biggest failure of all humans that could exist. The internet allows these basement goblin neat weirdos to actually have some level of, success and likability to other people just like them. Yeah, this guy's in his 50s. Yeah, Nerdrotic is in his 50s. If you look at him long enough, you can tell. Yeah.
Videos which recap the commercial performance and critical reception of recent popular films and shows, sometimes accurately, sometimes less so, primarily in order to build, maintain, and monetize those above anti-woke narratives. His other main impact lies with the podcast he runs, Friday Night Tights, which gathers together the Avengers of YouTube media literacy on a weekly basis.
Fuck. Shadiversity. Comics X Division, don't know that guy. RK Outpost, this guy's another quartering clone. The Heels vs. Babyface, the guy that said fucking pronouns! Nerdrotic. I like the Lord of the Rings background. I assume this is them complaining about Rings of Power. Mauler. I don't know who Disparu is. And then they're two token anti-woke pick-me girls. Okay. And whoever this guy is. 1/4 Black Garrett. Ah, the joke is that this guy is 1/4 black because I guess he says so. And he's just a white guy, so his name is 1/4 Black Garrett. Nice. Very, very cool.
A roster ranging from your garden variety blatant bigots to nitpickers and negativity mills, still informed by an opposition to Hollywood's wokeness to the message, but less obviously. The taco video is from this latter category, an edited down segment of these titans of intellect discussing DC's recent Blue Beetle.
Remember, guys, I still laugh uproariously at the fact that this guy has had several meltdowns over me calling him, right-wing, and saying that he's an anti-woke YouTuber. Not even for me saying he's alt-right, not even me saying he's a Nazi or something, just for me saying that he is an anti-woke, he's one of those right-wing anti-woke YouTubers. He disagrees with that evaluation of his content. Meanwhile, this is where he spends his time, and the type of, his takes are indistinguishable from theirs. There's a reason why he's on this show, agreeing with them, complaining about insert new media that everyone hates because it's woke. In this case, it's Rings of Power.
Discussing DC's recent Blue Beetle film, but why did this happen? Why is the comment section under that video filled with revulsion, rather than the typical cheerleading? Why did this video have that wider impact? And what can that tell us about Nerdrotic's role in the reactionary content ecosystem? Again, let's talk about it, shall we?
Let's talk about it.
The first thing to talk about should probably be the first thing you see with this video, the thumbnail. So, the thumbnail. It's bad. Is it outright racist, or is it just crude and insensitive? Well, the overall judgment's not really my call to make, but what I can do is break down what's wrong with it. Here's the thing. Sometimes stereotypes don't come from nowhere, especially, cuisine-related ones. I'm British. I drink a lot of tea. I love a full English every now and then.
Yeah, we have lots of, implicit, biases that are somewhat racist, right? As an American, I get hungry for Mexican food if I hear someone speaking Spanish. That's just what happens when you're American. Your mouth starts to water. It's like a Pavlov's bell response. And is that racist? Maybe a little bit. But, it's just one of those implicit biases that that you tend to have.
A lot of Parisians buy baguettes and drink wine.
That's
a lot of
actually
Germans
true, though.
like currywurst or kebabs. A lot of Mexicans and Mexican Americans eat tacos.
Does every single aspect of his life have to be tacos?
Everybody
Literally
likes
in the
tacos.
beginning, he walks in, he's getting back from college. They're like, let's go get tacos.
The video sees Nerdrotic's guests incredulous at the fact that Jaime and his family go for tacos, and suggesting that the film having the Reyes family participate in one of their culture's more visible culinary stereotypes is offensive and reductive. But having a member of a certain culture eat a food that's common within that culture...
I like that it's all a bunch of white people saying that it's racist for Mexicans to eat tacos, I guess.
Isn't actually a racism. If it's laughable that Blue Beetle has Mexican Americans eat tacos, then it's laughable whenever American characters get hot dogs at a ball game, and it's laughable whenever a French character pops a cork. It's not always wrong to use those parts of a culture which have become stereotyped. What's wrong is pre-projecting that stereotype on, or reducing the person or culture to it. And that's what we're seeing here. In the video, in which the panel makes an absolute mountain out of an incredibly short scene, in the way Ryan Kinnell refers to the film's engagement with Latino culture as taco referencing,
just constantly making fucking taco references with the family.
And obviously in that thumbnail.
Well, something you must remember as well, obviously I'm not saying this to Pillar of Garbage, he knows. I'm saying this to the audience. The viewers of the content that these people make do not watch the content that they're talking about. They don't watch the movies, they don't watch the shows, they don't play the games, they don't read the comics. They don't consume the media being critiqued. They consume critiques of the media being critiqued, and that is their substitute for it. For a very long time, Mahler has been the go-to substitute for a lot of anti-woke types for the Star Wars sequels. How many times, Hypers in chat, if you've seen someone unironically say, don't even watch the Star Wars sequels or any new Star Wars project, just watch Mahler's 12-hour review of The Force Awakens. And you'll know why you shouldn't watch the new Star Wars movies. Don't give them a try. Here's a link to the Mahler video. Just watch that. I've seen countless people make this argument in YouTube comments and replies, on Reddit, on Twitter, all over the... Is it actually 12 hours? Let's find out. Mahler Star Wars review. His Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania video was 6 hours long. His Rise of Skywalker one was 2 hours long, so pretty short for a video from him. Part 1 of his critique of The Last Jedi is 1 hour and 22 minutes long. That's just part 1. Part 2 of The Force Awakens critique is 2 hours and 19 minutes, and that's part 2. Part 2 of The Last Jedi critique is 1 hour 48 minutes. I've had these videos recommended me countless times as an attempt to explain why you shouldn't watch the new Star Wars media and instead watch Mahler's video and get your opinion from the YouTuber that you're supposed to get your opinion from. Mahler still hasn't completed his TFA critique and claims that it will altogether be over 15 hours long. Yeah. One of these days I'd like to watch these in modern time as an adult, because when I watched these, the first one for the Rise of Skywalker, or not Rise of Skywalker, the Force Awakens back in the day, it was, you know, a long time ago. It was like back when they came out. It was years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago maybe. And I was like a shithead, like chuddy teenager. Watching them now would be interesting. I'm curious how much of the critique is actual critique and how much of it is just like nitpick and how much of it is anti-woke shit. Because like it can't be like hours and hours of nonstop anti-woke, right? It like he has to at least spend most of the time attempting to critique things, and he claims he makes objective critiques too, and that none of his critiques are subjective or opinion-based. So I don't know.
In Blue Beetle, the mix.
Like, imagine claiming you're like a good media reviewer and saying that all of your critiques are objective and non-subjective.
Mexican-American family enjoys tacos, but that is one small cultural characteristic among many. The uncle enjoys El Chapulín Colorado, the classic superhero parody show Mexico produced in the 70s. The father brought the family to America before working like a dog to claw together a life. Revolution and civil unrest have left scars still visible in the older generation. The grandmother lights candles, prays at the domicile's home altar. This isn't an intensive survey of modern Mexican-American family life, but it's clearly not just tacos and salsa, is it? As we'll see, the video looks at this tableau and more or less just pulls out the tacos, and the thumbnail compresses all this even further, representing the film by placing Jolo's face not against Carapax's, the Scarab, Jenny Cords, but against tacos, and against Family Guy's famously one-note Consuela, to whom a befuddled-looking picture of Jaime is implicitly compared, a facile comparison riffing on nasty tropes. Jaime is stereotyped then, turned into a super-thin cultural signifier, a signifier laughed at, but not by—
Like, the thumbnail of that video alone is what got so much critique, is because of how obviously racist it is to have a thumbnail with Mexican character, taco, and then Consuela from fucking Family Guy. The absurdity of the thumbnail coming from an anti-woke YouTuber in a time where like people are starting to really woke up to how cringe anti-woke content is and how like degenerately, shamelessly like desperate it is just to be like content fuel for the YouTube fire. People just immediately saw through the grift and the mask on that one. There was no mask. They just didn't put on the mask for that video, and people saw it and were like, what the fuck?
The film by this thumbnail. If you think this is an uncharitable interpretation, let me contextualize it by showing you the times this channel's done that before.
Jesus.
Those aren't great, are they?
They one of their favorite things is like the whole like things are going broke thing. No bueno, Blue Beetle bombs at the box office, Aquaman 2 and Hot Water, and they have like the thumbnail of the character holding a need money sign. They do this with a lot of like their thumbnails. They'll show like the main character of a show or movie that they don't like, holding a need money sign. Why is there is that Amber Heard? Why is Amber? Oh, because of Aquaman 2, I guess. I don't... Oh, like the same image?
Those aren't great, are they? And by the way, if seeing the wider pattern of Nerdrotic's channel did change your mind, make all this seem less innocent and more mean-spirited, hang on.
God, it really is like the tabloid newspaper equivalent, right? For those that don't know, Henry Cavill has become like the alt-right, the internet alt-right's like new guy, which is like really bizarre. But I guess it's because he's like big white guy who's muscular in games and builds PCs. So they're like, he must be a conservative. They also have tied the idea of like caring about source material being adapted with conservatism. So I guess they see Henry Cavill wanting the Witcher show to stick to source material as meaning that he's anti-woke, because wokeness is when you go against the source material in any way whatsoever, from like changing the story fundamentally, like killing off a character who's alive in the fucking story originally. Why the fuck did they do that? To like a character just being a different race than in the original source material, because who cares about that? That's not like the only case in which I understood people being upset about race swapping in a piece of media. The only case where to this day, and I don't even agree with it because of circumstance, but if it wasn't because of the circumstance, I would agree with the anger about the race swapping, is Roland in the Dark Tower movie being black. And the only reason for this, and I'm not upset with it for a reason, but the reason why I would be upset with it was if it was an actual adaptation of the books. It wasn't, though. It was a sequel where the loop gets reset. Roland's different, Jake's different, Eddie and Detta aren't there. It's a different story. The Man in Black they go on a different adventure, pretty much. It's a different story. It wasn't perfect, but it was its own thing, so it's like, okay, sure. However, if they were trying to adapt the original story and they made Roland black, it would kind of fuck up a pretty serious storyline from the book that is centered around racism. Like it's literally a commentary on racism, and it involves Detta being black and Roland being white. So I don't know how you'd pull that off if you like adapted the Dark Tower books and made Roland white, because it just wouldn't work at all whatsoever in any way, shape, or form at all. Like, you literally couldn't make that story plot line at all work. But it wasn't a direct adaptation, so I'm not mad about it. But if they did directly adapt it and they race swapped there, that would be the one case where I'd be a little upset about it, because it's the one case that I can think of where a character's race in a non-racist way is actually relevant to the story. Like, that's the only case that I can think of where race is like that relevant, like for where like an originally white character getting race swapped could be seen as detrimental to the original story.
On to that thought. It's an important one. So that's the thumbnail. But what's wrong with the video itself? Well, how much time do you have? A full combing through of everything here is what I want to do. I'm more interested in the why and the how than the what today, but let's at least establish the types of problem here. First, a couple of claims about what actually happens in the film are thrown out, which are plain wrong. Discussing the bus slicing scene from the trailers, Nerdrotic, Heel vs. Babyface, and Quarter Black Garrett say that Shield's cool, but criticize the film for never having Jaime use it again.
Testing its shield thing.
Yeah, they wanted to show you things which they wouldn't use in the film.
Later on, when they were particularly useful. You know, that probably would have been very useful with the...
So I imagine a lot of this video is just going to be calling out direct, inarguable lies from these guys about them just saying a thing in the movie does or doesn't happen when it, like, did or didn't happen, but, like, vice versa. Like, they say a thing happened, it objectively didn't in the movie. Because, like, saying a thing happened is not a subjective opinion. Like, it's a statement about did a thing happen or not. And oftentimes they just outright lie. One of the best ones is actually a call-out from one of Pillar of Garbage's videos against Critical Drinker, who where he calls out numerous things Critical Drinker does. You could argue it's for copyright, but I suggest it serves two purposes, that and to make the movies he responds to look worse. Critical Drinker, when showing clips of any movie he responds to, turns down the saturation. Like, he turns down the saturation to make the movie seem kind of colorless and you know, washed out and kind of not fun to look at, right? This both helps with copyright, but also psychologically gives off the impression of a poorly made movie. When a movie looks pretty to look at, and all you're seeing of the movie really is visual, like, bits, you're going to think positively of the movie. If someone has an excuse to make the movie physically look worse in the bits that you are able to be exposed to, then you're going to have a more negative opinion of the movie. He does this quite frequently on top of dishonestly editing certain clips from movies and shows. Notably, I know a really good example was one that Pillar of Garbage calls out. I haven't seen the movie itself yet, but I know it's very well liked. It's called Glass Onion. And, like, directly, Critical Drinker just lies about a thing that happens in the movie. By, like, he shows the scene saying, this makes no sense. Look at this scene. But the scene's edited to make it make no sense. And then Pillar of Garbage shows the unedited scene and the bit that Critical Drinker edited out. And it makes sense when you see the bit that Critical Drinker purposefully and knowingly edited out. So it's like, that's the level of dishonesty these guys will operate on, and how confident they are their audiences do not watch the content they criticize.
That's my favorite trope in Hollywood movies these days. Showing shit that would be useful, and then never using it again.
Defending post.
Yep. Definitive lie. Just a simple definitive lie. And, you know, Pillar of Garbage can call this out, but realistically for these guys, this lie will just never actually be called out to the majority of the audience. Like, most people will watch the video or the stream, hear what they say, hear the lies, take them at face value, and never watch a video that debunks them, and certainly never watch the movie. Because they don't need to watch the movie. Their opinion on it has been made by a YouTuber.
What you're seeing now, by the way, is Jaime using it again. Garrett also recalls this moment.
And then they walk into their house and she's like, that's where Mama told us how to make salsa.
When I started writing this video, I didn't remember that happening, but Blue Beetle wasn't on streaming, so I couldn't check. It's out now though, so I had a look, and I found the moment he's talking about, but he got it a little wrong.
Remember how Mom taught us salsa right there on the front porch?
You were always salsa dancing.
Yeah, no, I still think you don't know how to dance salsa.
Dancing the salsa? Huh? But salsa is food, not dance. But I'm less interested in that mistake than I am in the flattening.
One of my favorite things was watching, I wanted to see how these guys got their opinion on Rings of Power. Because I grew up on Lord of the Rings, okay? I don't remember when I hadn't seen and loved Lord of the Rings because I was so young when I got into it. So, you know, my standards are quite high for any type of new Tolkien media, regardless of whether it's an adaptation or fan fiction or whatever. I've got high standards for it as far as quality goes. Though I'm also not under this deranged, like, opinion that any form of new, like, media made around media that I like ruins the old media. Because the way that people talk about it is, whether you like Rings of Power or not, Rings of Power's quality somehow ruins, for them, the old Lord of the Rings movies. And it's like, what? How's this ruin the books or the movies for you? How? It's just its own show. Regardless, though, I watched their coverage of, like, because they reacted to the movie, or to the episodes of Rings of Power as they came out, and I wanted to see their live reactions to see, like, what were they criticizing in the moment? What was popping out at them? They spent not 90%, I'd say 80% of the time talking over the show. Mostly making fun of insert thing they see as woke. If like whenever there's a non-white person on screen, it like would lead to several moments of talking about it over the show. And then they would immediately respond with, wait, what's going on? Why are they doing this thing? Because they talked over the explanation and the conversation the characters had about why they're doing the thing. And so it'll be like an awesome battle scene. They'll be like, I guess the fight scene is cool, but we have no idea why this is happening. It's like, you just talked over the scene where they talked about why this fight is happening because there was a black person on screen and you guys felt the need to talk about it for 5 minutes, making weird jokes. The worst kind of friend to watch movies with? That is true. It was basically an entire Discord call of the worst friend to watch a movie or show with.
Of meaning it speaks to. Let's put that moment into context. Blue Beetle says
the best friend to watch a movie or show with, though, is one that can, like, naturally detect downtime in a movie where there's going to be, like, 10 seconds of total silence where it's safe to make an observational comment and then immediately go back to silence. Like, nod in agreement to the comment and then immediately back to watching the movie. But they know when the time is. They're not talking over anything important. That is the best friend to watch media with. Like, watching something in total silence with a friend, not as fun. Watching something with a friend that talks over and doesn't pay attention, misery. That perfect middle ground, though, is ideal.
Palmyra City is a place in flux. It's two cities, really. The homes, the lived-in, real places like those we see in Jaime's End's Palmyra Keys, and the towering, neon-lit, ultra-modern, anonymous skyscrapers that surround Cord Industries. And more, that first city is
interesting setting.
After learning that his family's being forced to leave their childhood home, gentrification's a bitch, Jaime and his sister reminisce about their past. The past that's
any type of commentary on gentrification is seen as woke. You're not allowed to make commentary that, like, talks about, like, people who have it worse than, like, insert average straight white American dude. Like, you're not allowed to make commentary about life is hard for insert group that isn't straight white American dude. Otherwise, it's seen as virtue signaling and woke.
It's being uprooted to build more pointless.
Oh yeah, pausing to joke is good, I think, but, like, it depends on how long the pauses last. Because sometimes it's like, okay, we need to get back to it now.
The past that simultaneously
I like to pause and talk, but when you're in a big group, it can end up turning into a long stun lock.
No match for the looming corporate real estate takeover and is
like
infinitely more meaningful than anything it'll produce.
Do you remember your 21st birthday?
Oh, I remember the first half. Oh, I can't believe we're losing this place.
All this is reduced to Garrett's complaint that the Hispanic cultural trappings of Blue Beetle are shallow because it's all eating tacos and making salsa. Just referencing Mexican food. That's all that's going on here. Good job, guys. But it's not just the details of the film the guests are off base on. There's also the way an unduly negative picture of the film is created by a general lack of knowledge about Blue Beetle on the part of the guests. We hear complaints like these.
I saw a lot of similarities between, like, the Tony Stark.
I'd never heard of Blue Beetle before this movie got announced. All right, I'm like a little bit into comics. I'm not gonna try to. I'm not one of these people who like falsely claims they're a huge comics nerd that just talks about this shit for a living. But you know, I'll throw on a video that talks about some cool comic lore, like an obscure like Spider-Man comic where he goes crazy and kills everyone, like one of those one-off comics that's like an alternate story. I always love those like videos. They're interesting. I'd never heard of Blue Beetle prior to this movie coming out, or getting announced. I'd never heard of Blue Beetle. And I've never seen Young Justice. I feel like a lot of the people in this call pretending like they were some like OG Blue Beetle fans from the comics, now so upset about his representation in the movie, are probably full of shit. I don't feel like Blue Beetle was a big enough comic character for so many of these guys to unanimously be able to claim that they were some like OG fans feeling ripped off by the movie. I've heard a lot of people claim that, and I just don't feel like Blue Beetle was selling enough comics for that many people to be able to truthfully claim that.
Tech, that
no hate to Blue Beetle. I'm sure Blue Beetle in the comics is great, but like, I hadn't heard of Blue Beetle.
That he gave to Peter Parker. The voice talking in the suit again reminded me of the personality inside the Iron Man suit, and the similarity of like, oh, Spider-Man doesn't kill, Blue Beetle doesn't kill,
but everybody else does.
But
that's Marvel. We're talking DC. Wouldn't a more comparable thing be Batman? Because like Batman exists in the same universe as Blue Beetle and also has those similarities in common of advanced tech, doesn't kill. Have you forgotten what universe you're talking about again?
Problem here is that the Jaime iteration of Blue Beetle has had the nanotech suit, the disembodied voice, since the get-go, like over 15 years back, since well before Friday or Jarvis, and well before nanotech weapons Iron Man. This isn't shameless.
Oh, okay, there you go. An example of them demonstrating that they're not OG comic Blue Beetle fans, because it turns out Blue Beetle has always had the tech shit. Cool.
Cookie cutter copycatting, it is instead that holy grail of comic book fandom.
Don't you love it when I make a point about like how these conservative grifters don't watch or consume the media they talk about and then they demonstrate that exact fact? Don't you love when I say a thing about conservative content creator and then seconds later they prove that true? Like with their own actions?
Accuracy in adaptation. Look, maybe during the process of putting together Blue Beetle, the filmmakers were inspired by these more recent Marvel examples of Jaime-style tech, but this isn't copying them, it's copying those. You know, the comics. Lack of source material knowledge isn't a problem by itself, of course, but here, that lack of knowledge means this process of adaptation is framed as an issue. The whole picture isn't being given, and that's a little misleading, isn't it?
Alright, guys, I'm gonna give you my hot take here that I think people are gonna get mad about. People complaining about modern movie superhero suits sometimes having nanotech type, like, sort of forming around the person in order to, like, suit up. People complaining about that are basically doing the same type of complaining as the people who back in 2016 said, FPS games need to go back to boots on the ground. And, like, dick rode the fuck out of Battlefield 1 because of this weird idea that, like, any game that involves like boosts or like wall running or any type of advanced movement is bad, but now everybody is like advanced movement in games is cool, Apex Legends is cool, Titanfall is cool, and like the opinion on boots in the ground gameplay has changed entirely. Now no one likes Fortnite or PUBG or like CS or like insert boots in the ground FPS game. The opinion has flipped totally back around. It became popular to hate advanced movement shooters, and then so everyone wanted like Tarkov, PUBG, Fortnite, like boots in the ground type shooters. Those stopped being popular and started becoming popular to hate those, and so now we're like back. I don't know, we're kind of moving back into the era of like people liking movement shooters again. In large part, you can see it with Fortnite adapting by adding no build mode, or you've got climbing and sliding, because Fortnite even recognized to maintain popularity, they needed to expand the movement mechanics and get more into modern, like the current modern standard of what shooters should be, which people expect like decent movement. They expect sliding and rolling and like wall running and shit.
Result is an unfairly negative impression of the film, which, as we'll see, is a bit of a running trend. Another trend which goes well beyond comic book knowledge.
My point is, the criticism that too many superhero suits materialize onto the heroes in these movies is the most nothing burger criticism ever. Simply observing a thing happens a lot in these movies and you are quote-unquote tired of it is not really much of a criticism. It feels very hollow and empty, and it feels like one of those circle jerk repeated criticisms that someone heard from a YouTuber or a tweet repeated because they wanted to sound cool and unique, and then it just kept getting repeated over and 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 over again, till somehow we've all decided that modern Marvel heroes put on their suits with nanotech armor and it's like we don't like it anymore is actually a substantive critique. Like, people treat that like a real substantive critique, an example of how the MCU has fallen. It's just another example of, like, shallow, baseless attempts at doing media criticism that are all part of a circle jerky trend online that'll disappear in 2 years and everyone will have the opposite opinion soon.
Is the Friday Night Tights crew being confidently inaccurate. Here, that trend extends into Latino culture. We kind of brushed up against this when talking about that thumbnail, but let's have a proper look at it here. Various elements of Blue Beetle are lampooned by the gang as playing into simplistic Latino stereotypes. The film written and directed by Latinos, is the racist party here, actually.
I have a lot of thoughts and feelings on Blue Beetle, most of which, was just the unnecessary gratuitous racism.
They're all caricatures.
The name of his truck is Taco. Does every single
They really do love pretending like they're somehow the woke ones. This was very popular during the Gamergate era. Oh god, listen. Chris Raygun, if you see this, I'm sorry I had to show this. I'm so sorry. But I have to use it as an example of what like the takes were back in the Gamergate era, okay? There's a line that kind of sticks in my head from one of Chris Raygun's old, like, social justice warrior the musical videos, the Come Be PC one. He finds these videos very cringe now. I'm pretty sure he's taken down this one because he objects to it so much. This is literally a re-upload. I can't find it on his channel. Like, he since does not agree with this so much that he's taken the video down.
Your skin. Come join me in gender studies. Come get a useless degree. And when you make garbage money, take no responsibility. Come be PC. Come be PC. Things are so.
Oh no, it wasn't this one. Hold on, you're right. No, it wasn't this one. Obviously you've got the framing of like, yeah, the lefties are the crazy racists one. No, it was where is it? Listen, Chris, I love you, buddy. This isn't no hard feelings for showing this, but I like to pull back to previous eras of online politics to make a point about the way things are now. Yeah, this is also a re-upload. He's taken this one down too. You can probably imagine why based on the general message of this one. Zan burning the Chris Raygun bridge. I'm not burning the bridge, okay? Listen, I think it's just a good example. These videos were mega viral, like millions upon millions upon millions of views, like shared around by like everybody at my school when they were coming out. Like they were being posted on, like, hey, check this thing is such a banger. Like posted on like my classmates' Snapchat stories when I was in high school. These videos had a massive cultural impact. And so I think it's like relevant when you like look back at like previous eras of politics online to look at like the thought process doesn't change, the wrapping paper does. Obviously, Chris has grown out of this way of thinking that kind of informed this video, but this is a parody of The Times They Are A-Changin' by Bob Dylan. Only it's about how like the left is becoming the crazy ones. And so when you hear the conservatives try to frame lefties as being the true racists, it's this mindset that they're trying to appeal to.
Come gather round skeptics wherever you roam.
Skeptic was a title of pride back then.
Because it seems ideology's taking its toll now that diverse opinions give way to control. And the words that we are exchanging.
Chris is a good singer. There's literally no denying it. Chris is a damn good singer.
Imply we should all simply stick to our roles, but the times they are a-changing. White protesters speaking with pride on behalf of people whose pigment is used to distract from the unbelievably ironic fact. These righteous protesters are racist. If you look in that mirror, you won't like what looks back, 'cause the times they are a-changing.
So the idea behind it is that it's these SJW white protesters telling non-white people what's best for them. That's what the SJWs are. There was this idea that actually the majority of non-white, gay, like, you know, the minority groups the left advocates for do not agree with the SJWs, and the SJWs are speaking over them and for them, and they're the true racists. And that it's the left and the woke people's representations of these groups that are actually truly racist, like what these grifters that we're, you know, covering in the Pillar of Garbage video are claiming with the Blue Beetle movie actually itself being racist, like in some weird roundabout gotcha liberals way. And so that this like talking point, the idea that the left are the true racists by acknowledging racism or engaging in any form of like cultural representation is nothing new. It goes back to like viral videos that were big during the Gamergate era. It's the same tired arguments rewrapped in new wrapping paper and being used in a different context with a different like generation of young people getting radicalized online.
Aspect of his life have to be tacos.
George Lopez, in my opinion, had some of the most like cringy, racist lines in the whole movie.
It's laughable that the Reyes family get tacos upon Jaime's return. Ditto with the uncle's taco van nicknaming. The family are caricatures, yada yada yada. And look, obviously I can't comment on whether or not this is an accurate reflection of US Latino culture, but I can direct you to a video made by people who are a bit more qualified.
Dude, can you imagine if these people's logic like held up? Like, could you imagine being black and it being racist to eat fried chicken? Couldn't be me, dude. I would literally die if I couldn't eat fried chicken. If I would be called racist for it, fuck. Like, dude, it's literally like, ah, yes, insert stereotype. If it happens, then it's racist. But it's even less so than that, because in this case, it's a cultural food. It's not even like, ah, yes, if like you show a scene in a movie where an Asian person gets into a car accident driving, then it's racist. That's the level of like gotcha liberals these people will operate on. Like, ah, yes, in this movie, the Native American person has a dream catcher up in the background. Kinda racist, huh? Like, what? Dude, when you've gotten so desperate to own the lefties that you're trying to find ways to be the woke one and the lefties to be the racist one because of weird nitpicks you've made. It's like, imagine if we operated on this like thought process. Uh-oh, guys. I'm kind of craving a little like a hot dog or a burger or something. Oh shit. Am I being white stereotyped? Oh no. Fuck, if I eat a burger, I'm being the oh fuck. Hot dogs? It's racist for me to eat hot dogs. I'm playing into stereotypes about white people. Can you imagine carrying this, like, thought process into the real world? Unironically. These people are, like, desperately nitpicking at the most bizarre, random, little, tiny things to try to claim they're somehow the woke ones, but also demonizing wokeness. This thought process does not hold up to much scrutiny, which is why a lot of people fall out of it, including Chris Raygun, who, that video that I showed you, that video clip, was a re-upload by someone. He took that video down, both the music videos I showed, because that thought process is something that even people who will put the effort in to do a baller, banger-ass music cover and animation and edited video, even they years later look back at it as like a kind of simplistic and cringe thought process and maybe don't stand by it as much as they did when they made it. Like, people upon further introspection tend to fall out of this thought process. That's the big That's the big, like, silver lining to all of this, is that these arguments are very, very flimsy. It's why it's so satisfying to watch someone like Pillar of Garbage dismantle them. And it's why so many people in the long run end up falling out of this type of content, even if it does well in the short term. Nerdrotic is going to be where no bullshit is now in a year or two. You know where no bullshit is? No Bullshit was the original of these guys. He was literally unassailable with his massively, like, meteoric growth back in 2016 and 2017. Do you want to know where No Bullshit is? After having to rebrand to save his channel, after getting destroyed in numerous debates, and his popularity slowly waning. Gone. Slow decline for his channel. He used to have over 800,000 subs, I believe. He lost tons after getting destroyed in debates back to back to back. So, yeah, they'll all be where No Bullshit is now eventually. No Bullshit blew up meteorically in a very short period of time. People realized the, like, formula to his content, the fact there was no heart, truthfulness, or desire to, like, advocate for anything there, just complaining about insert woke thing to make money, and he fell off. And a new person came to take his place, and that was the quartering, and now the quartering's falling off. Massively. His views are down quite significantly, as is his sub growth. And people like Nerdrotic, Mauler, Geeks and Gamers, and whatnot have taken his place to an extent, but even they are falling off.
In that department. The channel Latinoslant offers, as the name suggests, a Latino perspective on popular culture and discourse, and they've made a very interesting video in response to the Nerdrotic daily piece we've been talking about.
The family is from, in Blue Beetle, is from Mexico. They are used to tacos. La abuela is making tacos all the time. And they have this joint that does proper tacos. And Jaime comes back to his city. First thing is, let's go for tacos, because that's the comfort food. Exactly like my best friend comes to Ecuador.
Tacos are also, like, really fucking easy to make. Like, I know they went out to eat them at a restaurant, but as far as, like, having them as, like, a general, like, family comfort food is not uncommon, because it's really easy and quick to make, but they're really good. Like, you literally season and cook up some beef, typically beef, like beef tacos are the best, I don't care what anyone says, in a pan. You get some tortillas, maybe, like, put them in a pan to, like, heat them up and get them nice and toasted. Depends on who likes them toasted and who likes them cold and untoasted. And from there, it's literally all cold ingredients. Tomato, cheese, lettuce, seasonings, like garlic, or not garlic, onions, like whatever else you might put on there, like salsa even. Some people put on their tacos. Like, it's all, like, a very easy thing to put together, but it's fucking amazing. Like, you bring your family out a big fucking tray of tacos and everyone's happy, and it might only take you like 30 minutes to make. So yeah, if you've got to make food for your family and you don't want to spend all night slaving over, like, the stove in the kitchen, then tacos aren't a bad option. So yeah, warning, this segment will make you hungry. Yes, I'm already quite hungry. I am desperately craving tacos right now. I cannot stop talking about them.
Let's go for a chaulafar.
It's important to note that these are not people like me, people who already had a problem with Friday Night Tights before the controversy. No, they actually like this podcast, and I gather Paulie from Latino Slant is friends with Nerdrotic Gary, so this is emphatically not a hit piece. It is, in my opinion, extremely generous. Yet, it's full of moments like this.
The name of his truck is Taco!
What's wrong with that, bro?
Actually, the name of my truck has a taco in it. Call it a taco.
This is another thing where you just don't understand, homie, is that we have nicknames for everything. It's even in the film. He's like, I'm calling my machine Trampoline. When you create something cool, you name it yourself. That's what we do.
That's what we do.
I mean, of the characters I got the most crap was George Lopez's character. And I love this character.
I have opinions about the uncle.
Yeah.
I have a ton of opinions because that's
Give
the
us
kind
one.
of guy.
Give us one.
Okay, that's the kind of guy that I hang out with, and he's the kind of guy that I am.
There's plenty more than that in the video, so go check it out if you fancy. It's linked in the description. Suffice it to say, though, that responses like Latino Slants illustrate.
The funny thing as well is that these guys are pandering to, like, they're pandering by calling Blue Beetle racist. They're trying to pander to the least woke demographic that's not white in America. Latinos are the least woke demographic in America that isn't white. And they're like, these conservatives are trying to virtue signal to them, while simultaneously their friends who are Latino are responding like, dog, you're doing the most to try to like, you're going so far to try to accuse this movie of being racist for its representation of like Latino people, that you've literally crossed into like derangement over the most basic common shit.
Very clearly how incorrect.
Like, they tried to do the virtue signaling, actually the woke people are racist here, and their friends who are, like, their friend, at least, who is Mexican, made a response video to say, yeah, these guys are like, no, the movie wasn't right. What are you talking about? What? No, like, Mexican families love tacos. Like, they're super easy, like, go-to comfort food. Wait, what? No, like, no, we name everything. If you make a thing, you're naming that motherfucker. Like, their response is, you're going overboard with trying to virtue signal to a group of anti-woke YouTubers trying to call a movie racist while also trying to call it woke. It is the most hilariously, like, wimbly-wombly line of argumentation. It's hard to follow if you aren't here for it all.
A lot of these comments and criticisms are, and how true the film rung for a lot of viewers nearer the subject matter. At one point in that video, Paulie calls Blue Beetles the best portrayal of a US Latino family he's seen in a while. At another, he wonders why Nerdrotic didn't invite him on to discuss the film. Hold on to that. But despite all this, that confidently inaccurate opening salvo allows the Friday Night Tights gang to proceed with the idea that Blue Beetle is racist, is itself trafficking in stereotypes. Yes, these guys—
Mexicans are sneaky, dude. Come on.
Okay. Guys, I feel like I should mention this, by the way, because we've got, like, the two, like, pick-me anti-SJW girls in the bottom there. So, you know, it's good to have a few women there to make it not seem like a sausage fest of white dudes complaining about wokeness or whatever. So, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an insight into my thought process when I was a reactionary, okay? This is why so many of these female content creators in this space are so successful doing, like, right-wing chud content. If you are a 17-year-old, 16, 15, 14-year-old white boy who's a bit misogynistic, you don't want your misogyny challenged. Having your misogyny challenged hurts your ego, and it just, like, supplants you, or, like, cements you further into that shit. It's very rare that challenging one of these, like, someone in that position's, like, beliefs is going to do anything. It just kind of, like, makes them more stubborn. However, what those people want more than anything is to have their shitty opinions validated. If they can have their misogynistic opinions validated by a woman, they will prefer that over having them validated by a man any day. Misogynistic dudes would just rather have a woman tell them their misogyny is valid than a dude tell them. Because it sounds like, oh wow, there's a woman telling me this shit is true? Like, it's not just all lefty women out there telling me I'm a piece of shit loser for being misogynistic. There are women out there, hell, even attractive women, who would actually agree with my positions and think I'm based for it. There is a massive industry for being a woman and making your entire genre, your entire shtick, marketing yourself as a misogynist, and that validates misogynistic men's opinions. The same goes for if you're a black conservative. White racists, like pseudo-racist whites, like not like the literally going to Klan rallies and burning crosses, but like the, you know, they say they're not racist and they've got black friends, but they love to say the N-word all the time. They're against, like, black representation in media. They call everything woke, like that kind of guy. They would rather have a black person tell them they're not really racist for believing racist things than a white person. Because it, like, you know, there's only so much argumentation a white person can make for how these positions aren't racist. But if a black person makes that argument, now you've got the argument of, oh, a black person said that? I'm definitely not racist for believing it now. One of my favorite examples of this thought process is the entire comment section of this cringe-ass Morgan Freeman quote. Obviously, Blair White's a good example.
Black History Month.
So this is like an old-ass clip of Morgan Freeman that conservatives, such as this channel here, prop up as how, like, acknowledging racism is bad and actually gives racism power. Prepare for the worst quote you have ever heard on any social issue ever.
Month you find
ridiculous.
Why?
You're going to relegate my history to a month?
Oh, come on.
What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month?
Every month.
Well, come on, tell me.
Well, I'm Jewish.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism?
Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. I know you as Mike Wallace. You know me as Morgan Freeman. You're
black.
So the epic politics understander Morgan Freeman says, don't talk about the problem of racism or even acknowledge race. Be completely race blind and the problem will go away. Yeah, so I have a feeling that if you asked Morgan Freeman how he feels about that quote today, he probably wouldn't agree. But here's the thing. A famous, well-known black man who is widely well-respected by most of society, because he's a famous actor, said, don't talk about racism, that gives it power. Conservatives have used this quote for a very long time. The fact that Morgan Freeman said it to back this up. Let's read the comments section. Quote, stop talking about it. Best words ever said on the subject. I love that man. One of my favorite actors. Such a smart guy. Morgan Freeman's a national treasure. More people need to see this. Morgan Freeman is definitely one of the finest men on the planet. I respect this man so much for this. Hardcore truth. Quote, ridiculous is the perfect word. Even when he is upset, he meets people where they are. He is all love. Morgan Freeman woke up and declared war. He suffers no fools, straight up. I got so much respect for Morgan Freeman. He's an absolute legend, nothing but respect. One of my favorite things is like person says something conservatives agree with, massive dick riding circle jerk in the comments section. Like the biggest like glazer fest you've ever seen. Dicks down throats and up asses, riding hard, riding till completion. It's one of the most biggest commonalities you see in the comments section of posts like that.
Saying that.
All of those comments translate to he's one of the good ones, by the way. Yeah. Good analysis, Princess Lose-A-Lot.
They go on to support that claim by leveraging this video's other main problem, piss-poor comprehension skills. That's really the best way to sum it up. For example, I'm thinking of the point Chrissy Mayer tries to make, that Blue Beetle is racist because there's a scene where a slick, professionally dressed Jaime is mistakenly directed to the deliveries entrance of a big corporate building, the implication being that the receptionist makes this blunder because of Jaime's race, i.e. because she's racist. And this wouldn't happen in reality. A receptionist wouldn't just be racist like this.
And the receptionist looks at this guy with his hair, his hair combed, jacket and tie, and goes, deliveries are downstairs, which would never fucking happen. You would never
happen. Wow, okay.
Say that. It's just like intentionally racist. Like, oh, because this guy is tan,
I saw a video on YouTube the other day where like a guy he was a black man who worked at a store in a random plaza of like stores, and he was going out to the parking lot to go to his car, or to go to his bicycle, his motorcycle, his bike. And his wife had actually pulled in to the same parking lot to go grocery shopping at the store next door and say, like, what's up? Hi, what's going on? And like say hello to him as he's going out of work, and they would like drive home and, meet at home, right? Racist Karen sees him go from his motorcycle to his wife's car, calls the police and reports it as a suspicious-looking man is looking at cars. I think he's casing them to rob them. Cops show up. They don't ask him a single question other than, I'd like to see your ID. He says, am I under arrest? They say, no, we just like to see your ID, and we want to know what's going on. We got a call about some suspicious behavior, and you match the description. He says, well, unless I'm under arrest or you suspect me of a crime, and you tell me so, I don't need to provide you my ID. I know my rights. You should not argue with cops like this. He probably could have gotten out of it a lot faster if he just showed his ID, said, oh, yeah, that's my bike. My wife's inside. Am I under arrest? I'm under arrest? I'm not under arrest? Can I leave? Okay, I can't leave, so I'm under arrest. Well, no, if I can't leave, I'm under arrest. I'd like a lawyer. I'm not saying anything further till I have my lawyer. And that's how it would go in that case. But probably if he just showed his ID and went on with it, it probably would have been fine. You always shut the fuck up when dealing with the cops. But he did not, and as much as it's not, like, his fault at all, it's the cops' fault, you shouldn't argue with the cops. And what happens when you argue with the cops happened. They immediately say, put your hands behind your back, and they say they're going to put the cuffs on him and he's under arrest. Simply for arguing back and saying, I know my rights, and I'm not doing anything here. You have to, you have to actually suspect me of something. They tell him to turn around and put the cuffs on. He asks, am I under arrest? They say, no. We just want to ask you questions. If you're being put in handcuffs, you are under arrest. If they say you can't leave, you are under arrest. You invoke the Fifth. You ask for a lawyer. You refuse to say anything else. At that point, if they really want to get you, they'll take you to the office. If they know that, like, this is just you know your rights and that there's nothing they're going to get out of you, they'll probably leave at that point and say, all right, fine, you're free to go. But if not, you go through with it. You go to get your lawyer. You don't say a damn word, and you go through the legal process. You will never win a legal argument with a cop in the street. It is for court only. That is to be solved in court with your lawyer. It is not an argument to be had in the street. You do very basic questions of, am I free to leave? Am I under arrest? If they say you're not under arrest but still don't let you leave, consider it being under arrest, invoke the Fifth, refuse to speak, get a lawyer. Anyway, with all that aside, he proceeds to be tackled to the ground because he responded to put your hands behind your back with a question. So he's tackled to the ground, repeatedly punched and kicked by the officer, and then tased until his hands are behind his back and they cuff him. His wife is now at this point outside screaming, please stop, that's my husband, that was our car. The cop then goes and questions the lady, the lady who called the police, the Karen. The Karen's, like, watching all this go down and, like, cheering it on and all that. She's watching, she's all in favor of what's happening. It's very clear she's a racist who, like, is very happy to see this innocent black man be getting beaten by a cop. She probably knew he was innocent, just based off of her demeanor, because she's, like, actively goading the cop when the cop stops to question her, and the wife is there, like, confirming in this lady's earshot that car is hers and that he wasn't stealing anything. She continues to answer the cop's questions, trying to incriminate the guy. No, like, the idea that a racist white woman might be racist towards a non-white man is something I have witnessed numerous times on the internet and in real life.
It has no deliveries. Clearly he's here for deliveries. It was really kind of unbelievable the way they would sort of force the racism in.
I'm not going to do the thing where I suggest that moments of bizarre, random racism like this, moments almost more absurd than offensive, do indeed happen, that yes,
once again, I don't care how much you hate cops, you do every single thing they ask you to do, as if your life is on the line, because it very well may be. If you're being unlawfully detained, if they're planting evidence on your vehicle, whatever it may be, you take it up with your lawyer, don't say a word, don't fight. You have no legal authority to defend yourself. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Guys, the other day, I was looking at the comment section of it might have been that video I described earlier. One of the comments was a guy, clearly a conservative 14-year-old or 15-year-old libertarian or some shit, saying, you have the right to defend yourself even in this situation. And all the top replies, or at least many of the top replies, are like, rightfully so. No, you don't. You do not have the right to defend yourself, even against deadly force used by a cop. You will go to jail for assault against an officer. You cannot defend yourself. Unless you are guaranteed going to die if you don't defend yourself, and you'd rather take prison time over death, and you know that's the only choice, that's the only time you should defend yourself against a cop, is when the only alternative is death. And sometimes that's the case. There are cases, no matter how much of a cop glazer you want to be, there are cases where bad cops decide they want to kill you because they think you're the bad guy, and they falsely assumed it. You match the ID of a suspect, maybe your vehicle does, and they have the decision of open firing right away. One of the best videos to, like, point to of this phenomenon, I know we're getting really stun-locked on cops here, but I'm not desisting from this point because it's so good. One of the best examples is the video of the guy and his girlfriend. He was 19 years old, I think, in the car with his girlfriend. They were in the parking lot of a fast food joint eating their food. The cop pulled in, and the car matched the description of a stolen car that he was, like, on the lookout for. So his response was to immediately pull the gun on the car and on the couple in the car eating. It was nighttime, and the windows were tinted and up, so you couldn't see who was inside. He immediately pulls the gun and points it at them. And, like, the guy in the car is obviously, like, panicking and doesn't know what to do. So he, like, moves. And in response to him moving, the cop opens up, just spraying shots from his Glock through the window at the guy in the driver's seat. And then the car starts to move forward, because when you're getting shot at and you're in a car, you start to drive. So he drives forward about 10 feet to try to get out of the line of fire from the cop, and then puts the window down because he's shot, and he puts his hands out screaming, "Please help me, I'm shot. Please, I'm innocent." He's got his hands up. The cop proceeds to dump the rest of his mag into the guy as the girlfriend's screaming in the passenger seat. He survives, I believe, thank God. I think he survived. But the cop dumped his entire mag into the guy when he had no confirmation the guy was the correct suspect, and the guy was begging, pleading for his life, showing he was not a threat. The cop was so afraid and so sure he had the right guy and had decided that this guy was going to die already, that there was no way for this innocent man to confirm his innocence to the cop. How do you survive in that case? When the cop is literally opening fire on you and you're the wrong fucking guy and he's not going to stop till you're dead because he really thinks you're the guy, all you can reasonably do to save yourself is run and get away, which may be impossible to get away from a cop, or fire back, in which case you're going to prison for a very long time, but you're alive. But the police have the authority to kill you no matter what in this country. Like, they in the moment, have the authority to kill you. Whether or not they were in the right for doing so will be determined well after the fact. It'll be long before you get justice, if justice is ever doled out, if a cop kills you wrongfully. They will be high-fived and, like, given cheers by their friends when they show up at the scene. The backup won't know the full story, so they'll immediately assume it was a rightful, lawful shooting that their fellow officer did. So you'll have your dead body on the ground as cops stand over you, congratulating each other about taking out a perp. And the guy who shot you will get away with it for the time being, for at least a couple days, until things get looked over, body cam footage and investigations are done, and then justice is sometimes brought out or the video goes viral. But yeah, the policing in this country is fucked. There's very good reason why most Americans are terrified of cops, regardless of whether or not they've done any wrongdoing.
People in majority white spheres can sometimes get away with blatant racism for far longer than you'd expect. No, instead, I'm gonna tell you that I watched Love, Rosie the other day. Stay with me here. Love, Rosie...
Statistically, I probably have 1 or 2 cops in my audience. Like, I'm pretty sure there's, like, literally a Voshite cop, right? Like, I know statistically I've got a couple cops in my audience, and you guys know better than any. You guys know better than literally any how bad it can get with some of your coworkers then. Where's the video? Oh no. Chat, you guys gotta find the video of the car where the cop car where the cop is watching a Vosh video on their little fucking thing. Someone has to find me the video. It's so good. I can't find it. Please. Please. No. How is this lost media? How is the video of the cop watching a Vosh video while driving down the interstate lost media? Are you serious? Yeah, he was watching him talk about FNAF, too. That was the thing. The cop was watching Vosh's Five Nights at Freddy's video. That is fucking bizarre, dude. Weird stun lock. Okay, someone found it. People identified it as Vosh's FNAF video. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. This is Vosh's video on it. Is there a video or is it just the picture? Okay, you guys are sending me the Vosh video. Yeah, I think it might just be the picture, but holy fuck. That's a good meme. See? Statistically, there must be at least 1 or 2 cops that watch me, and they know that if they watch me, they're probably based, and they know how bad their coworkers can be.
Rosie is a rom-com, and as rom-coms go, it's a fairly grounded one, naturalistic, realistic, and yet at one point, as our
It's a
protagonist
video.
finds
Wait,
herself-
there is a video? Okay, hold on. We'll watch the clip from the Vosh video so I can see the video clip, because I want to see the clip of it in motion. I want to see it in motion. Oh my god, it's in full... Yeah, it is. Okay, it's been a long time since this, so I totally forgot it was a full motion video. Yeah, you can't fake that. There's literally no way this is fake. I thought, like, there's a chance an image could have been faked. This couldn't have been faked.
Okay. No way, dog. No way.
What is he watching? Who is that?
No.
Dude, that's not fake. That is a real... What town? What town? Hold on. City of... Okoe? Okoe? Okoe, Florida? Wait, do I know the name of this place, but I've only heard it said, and I don't know, like, how to pronounce it spelled? How's it pronounced? A Florida cop. Oh, it's... I bet I've heard the name of this place pronounced.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of the city in Florida. We're going to be looking at how to say more interesting names of famous places and other cities around the US. So make sure to stay tuned and consider subscribing for more learning.
Please?
How do you say it? Okoe.
Okoe, yep, I've heard of it. Yep. Yeah, okay. So Okoe, Florida. An Okoe, Florida cop watches Vosh. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. See? There's some good cops out there. That was a bizarre stun lock. Cherry, you honestly might want to just cut that entire stun lock out and just do like, and just make it into a video called something like Why Americans Are Afraid of Cops or something like that. Because that's literally an entire segment's worth of stun lock. Completely, unconnected to the topic at hand. That's crazy.
In the hospital with an...
No. Cherry's gonna cut it out, make this pillar of garbage reaction a different video, and then make that cop stun lock its own video. It'll be cut out and made it into its own video, and this will be consolidated into a less, like, unstun locked single video. So best of both worlds.
An intimate health scare, and Rosie is confused by the doctor's line of questioning. We get this exchange.
Is it, front, bottom, or back?
What do you think I am?
Sorry, I wasn't suggesting you're a slag or anything.
No doctor would say this in reality. A doctor wouldn't just be misogynistic like this, right? But that scene didn't lead any critics to label the film as sexist. So what's going on here? Well, it isn't reality. It's a film. At this moment, Love Rosie wants us to get inside the protagonist's head. She's feeling horribly self-conscious and regretting deeply the choices and events that got her to this point, so the film heightens reality a little at this moment. Has something happen? Has someone say a line that they wouldn't typically say if this situation were mirrored in...
Stop telling me to keep the stun lock in. Guys, maybe because you guys watch the stream, it's like less of an issue for you guys, but people who watch my videos complain incessantly, leave dislikes, and unsub when videos are not concise, well edited, and to the point. If people like that watch the videos and not the streams see a video, and it's a title of a certain thing and a thumbnail of a certain thing, and I stun lock on a topic that is unrelated, they're going to get upset about it, unsubscribe, not watch my videos, because they're going to think that every video I do, I stun lock about unrelated topics in the segment. So while I hate those people, well, unfortunately, those people make up the majority of viewers, and I need to pay rent. So, yeah, I understand your suggestions, and I appreciate that you guys like the stun locks, but YouTube viewers are normies that are not Zan fans, and they have very high standards for whether or not they're going to continue watching my videos. They don't even tune into streams. So like they only watch certain content, and if the content they see recommended from me is not what they expect, they won't watch me anymore.
The real world, because
it's same for all YouTubers, by the way.
Doing so allows that idea to come across nice and clear. In that Blue Beetle scene, Jaime's swimming against the current. He's just been fired from a custodial gig for speaking out against mistreatment, for being a person instead of a glorified Roomba, but he's tried to make lemonade out of those lemons, got in contact with Jenny Cord, the person he stuck up for, he's badgered her about a non-committal job offer she'd made, and he's turned up to the HQ of a company that he'd not managed to get a job at the standard way. He's swimming against the current, that current being the near-invisible set of tricky circumstances that had resulted from his and his family's material situation. Jaime's somewhere the current doesn't want him to be. He's in Olympus, trying to steal fire from the gods. He's not really supposed to be there. He only is because of a glitch in the corporate machinery. The millionaire's compassion. Blue Beetle doesn't have the receptionist direct Jaime to the delivery entrance because the filmmakers thought that's what always happens when sharply dressed Latinos rock up at corporate offices, and it doesn't have it happen because the filmmakers think white people are all racist and evil. Blue Beetle heightens this moment, has this receptionist say something unlikely but entirely possible to make that point again, and to have Jaime refute that point again. To look white, corporate indifference dead in the eye, and say, no, that's not why I'm here. That's the point of this moment. It's not subtle, it's not hugely important even to the film, it's just a little moment making a little point, which isn't racist, and in arguing otherwise, the mayors of the world are simply revealing their own cluelessness as to the relationship between realism and cinema like this. Films
I feel like here's a good point to stop and let you guys watch the rest of Pillar of Garbage's video on its own. Because I feel like the points we've gone over are some of the strongest. Oh, sorry, one sec. Ooh. Oh, I got hit with like a wave of nausea there. That'll happen sometimes. I'll just be live. I'll get hit with a wave of nausea and I'll be like, oh my god, am I going to throw up? No. And I'm back to normal. Weird. Anyway. I feel like we've seen the strongest arguments, if you can even call them that we're going to hear from the Chud Spear. And from here, it's just going to be, not Nerdrotic. It's just going to be Pillar of Garbage, debunking factual lies about what happens in the movie or doesn't happen in the movie being made by these people, because that's all they do. So if you want to see the rest, go check it out, because this channel is fantastic and does some of the best chud grifter content out there, but mostly does media analysis and review. And then on top of that, does media analysis and review of people who can't do media analysis and review and shoehorn their right-wing politics into what they call media analysis and review. I like his channel. I like it a lot. You should really check it out. And I feel like this video was a good sort of base to start a lot of conversations off of. I liked reacting to it. It was good. Nice. How'd you guys enjoy that segment? I hope you found it enjoyable, because I have to pee really bad, so I'll be right back, okay? My bladder is bursting. I feel like a new man. All right. I think I got one last segment on the chopping block for us today. Because I'm tired and hungry. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Holy crap. We've got another hilarious Donald Trump Pack Watch update. I always love doing these videos. Just keeping track of the fall of Donald Trump is very, very pleasant for me. Judge finds Donald Trump for blatant gag order violation. And you are not going to believe how much money they fined him for. Mr. Trump was fined $5,000 by Judge Arthur and Goron on Friday. $5,000. They fined Donald Trump $5,000 for violating the gag order. Oh god, chat. Chat, here's the term gag and order in the same sentence, and their bottom senses immediately go off. Christ. The judge said in court that the former president had failed to remove an online post mocking a clerk at the court. He also threatened Mr. Trump with jail time and demanded he take down the untrue and disparaging post made about the clerk earlier this month. You see, Donald Trump is doing everything so wrong throughout this case, down to the point of insulting the people involved and making the decisions as to whether or not, like, he's guilty and, like, what sentencing he might face. Because whether or not he gets a jury of his own peers, the judge is the one who decides the sentencing if he's found guilty. And he's just pissing off the judge and the prosecution and, like, everybody that works at the courthouse. He's shitting on all of them and making fun of them and attacking them for their appearance and calling it all a sham, disrespecting everybody involved. Yeah, down to the clerks, yes. He's literally just upsetting and obstructing everything, and it's making him look worse and worse, which is awesome. Quote, incendiary untruths can and have led to serious physical harm, Judge Ngoran said in court on Friday. Quote, I will now allow the defendant to explain why this should not end up with serious sanctions, or I could possibly imprison him. This judge is fed up with Trump. Holy crap. Mr. Trump's lawyer, Christopher Keiss, apologized on his client's behalf and said it was an inadvertent mistake, which, while the post was deleted from social media, aides forgot to remove it from the campaign website. Later in the day, Judge Ngoran ruled that Mr. Trump pay a fine given that the violation was inadvertent and given that it was a first-time violation. This is his warning. Make no mistake, future violations, whether intentional or unintentional, will subject the violator to far more severe sanctions, which may include, but are not limited to, steeper financial penalties holding Donald Trump in contempt of court, and possibly imprisonment, Judge Ngoran said in his ruling. Mr. Trump and several of his family members are on trial for fraud. I love several of his family members are on trial for fraud, falsification of business records, issuing false financial statements, and conspiracy. God. Oh, it gets funnier, though. Another Trump lawyer reaches plea deal with Georgia prosecutors. I'm not going to read this article because it's pretty unrelated, but, yeah. This is a recent story from literally 2 days ago. Another Trump lawyer has had to reach a plea deal with Georgia prosecutors for their own charges. Donald Trump's lawyers are in legal trouble, by the way. Donald Trump literally can't get lawyers because to be Donald Trump's lawyer, you have to be complicit in his crimes. So, like, his lawyers are in legal trouble. As they've always been. Like, haven't most of Trump's lawyers that we even, like, know about themselves been embroiled in legal action? Like, Cohen, what was his name? Giuliani. Like, most of Trump's lawyers themselves are con men criminals who end up themselves embroiled in legal trouble. I wish a pillow. Then I'd actually have weed right now. Right now I'm literally sucking like the burning fumes of cotton from the wick of my vape. Yeah, like even Trump's lawyers have to fight legal trouble. Trump's lawyers have to get lawyers in order to defend Trump. The non-jury civil trial is focused on... Oh, it's a non-jury civil trial. Oh, he's fucked. Yeah, I forgot. Non-jury. He's fucked. He's literally insulting, like, the courts are the ones who make the decision. They're the ones who make the decision on his guilt. They're the ones who make the decision on his sentence. And he is doing everything to upset everybody involved in the process. Everybody involved in the process. Whew! Judge Engoron has already determined Mr. Trump committed by inflating his personal net worth to secure valuable loan agreements. New York Attorney General Letitia James, who brought the case, is seeking $250 million in penalties and severe restrictions for Mr. Trump's businesses. Judge Engoron issued a gag order against Mr. Trump on the 3rd of October after he made a post on his social media site Truth Social disparaging the judge's clerk. It was the judge's clerk. In the post, Mr. Trump, a Republican, had shared a picture of the clerk alongside state Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, claiming he was his girlfriend. It was not the first time this week that the judge admonished the former president, who attended several days of the trial. On Wednesday, Judge Engoron told Mr. Trump and others to be quiet during a real estate appraiser's testimony on the witness stand. Mr. Trump was reportedly shaking his head and throwing his hands in the air in frustration. After a request from a lawyer with the New York Attorney General's office, Judge Engoron asked people to keep their voices down, quote, particularly if it's meant to influence the testimony. The same day, a New York court employee was arrested after she shouted out to Mr. Trump, quote, indicating she wanted to assist him, said court officials. A court employee was arrested after shouting in the courtroom something about wanting to support him. There just so happens to be, like, Trump loons in the, like, court office that have gotten themselves arrested, causing such a disturbance in the courtroom trying to defend their king. That's fucking crazy, dude. The same day, a New York... Oh, yeah. She was escorted out of the court, placed on administrative leave, and charged with contempt of court. The New York fraud case is one of several legal battles that the former president faces this year. Several. Including both federal and state criminal charges. I don't even think this is in reference to the RICO charges he's facing, right? Is this the Georgia one? I forget if they said this was the Georgia one. Ugh. Yeah, so Donald Trump is, like, so solidly fucked, it's hilarious. And he knows he's fucked. That's why he's acting this way. Like, Donald Trump is very, very screwed. And I could not be happier to see it. One of my favorite things is, if you haven't seen his videos yet, the Donald Trump fanboys coming out to the protests to support Trump saying that he's going to be okay are genuinely hilarious. Walter Masterson, one of my favorite new, not really too new, but like relatively new into the sphere of like what you would consider BreadTube. Walter Masterson has been making some of my favorite content in this space, and he went to Trump's arrest. He attended Trump's arrest where he turned himself in at the Fulton County Jail, where all the Trump supporters were there, like, protesting to defend him. And he, like, interviewed the Trump supporters kind of, like, you know, in a trolling way. So kind of like how that rapist, Andrew, what's his last name? Fuck, I'm blanking on his last name. The Channel 5 guy, Andrew Callahan, ended up getting outed as a rapist. So if you don't want to support a rapist like Andrew Callahan, you can watch Walter Masterson do better content instead. But he went there and he epically owned some of these Trump supporters just by letting them talk. And it's just fun knowing, like, how embroiled in this that Trump is. The fact that he's, like, literally not getting out of this no matter what. Like, it's really... With each passing day, it seems like the amount of options he has to somehow miraculously for himself find a way out of it with something approximating a slap on the wrist at the worst gets lesser and lesser and lesser and lesser. I really like watching the clips of the Trump supporters coping. How do you think they're going to react if Trump gets, like, dished out a serious prison sentence?
There's someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean, who's behind?
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country.
Nazi publication.
You have not heard about that?
Epoch Times is a Nazi site.
Hey, Forgiato.
What's up, my dog? Again, you?
Again.
You gonna try to Riz me again? What's up? It's the Riz King.
This guy will be one of the richest people in the world. I'm pretty certain this guy's like the future inheritor of a massive fortune. He's gotten a lot of shit for it and he denies it, but he's like the inheritor of like one of the biggest automotive companies ever or something. So like he's a massive nepo baby who's got his entire life taken care of. So that's why he's literally covered in face tattoos and never has to worry about get like a job interview, clearly, because his life is like he's already got it all set. He's going to inherit like more money than God.
Love left media.
Tell me why Trump is innocent.
You gonna change my words? What we gonna do? Trump's innocent, man. The reason why they pushing Trump so hard is because if Trump doesn't go to jail, they go to jail. They don't want him in this race. They want him off this ballot. He's the president of the United States or a former president of the United States.
Hey, remember, by the way, Donald Trump ran in 2016 on the idea of putting Hillary and all of his other political like enemies in prison. Like, you guys remember that, right? Like, Donald Trump's main like running point, not his main running point, but one of his most popular running points back in 2016 was that if he won, he would put the Democrats and his political opposition in prison for literally made up, objectively made up lies that he came up with that were like crimes that he decided they did. Like, yeah. It's pretty funny that, like, the right will just sometimes admit that if they win, they will put everybody who dissents against their beliefs in prison at best. Best case scenario for you is you get put in prison. Possibly, potentially worst case scenario, they want you executed. Zan, have you ever seen Professional Douche? I don't know what that is now.
He doesn't need to get a mugshot. He doesn't need to be handcuffed. All these indictments are backfiring. They're not going to help him because you don't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, there's people who play 50-50 don't really know, and this shit here is making them say this is taking it way too far. Even you, my man, like you had to have more money when Trump was in. The economy's much better now, right? With Donald Trump.
The economy's better?
With Donald Trump. Then now, Donald Trump has helped so many people become who they are. Like you got to go undercover as someone who likes Donald Trump to get views.
Not all of us can get an inheritance from our dad.
I know, from daddy for Auto Trader, right?
Yeah,
which I love anybody to show me where I got any money from anybody in my family.
So yeah, he's the inheritor of the Auto Trader fortune, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, his dad owns the company and he's going to inherit it. So he's got like an extremely rich dad and he is set to inherit it when his dad dies. So like, show me where I've received money for that. Your upbringing, the fact that you're standing at this trial right now, or at this like location right now, covered in neck and face tattoos, and you're not homeless. Like, that's a pretty good sign that you come from a lot of money and are going to inherit a lot of money, is the tattoos and the fact that you're not this guy's not a gangster. This guy's not like, he hasn't gone to prison. He hasn't gone to jail as far as I know. He's not like doing any type of crime and trying to look badass or something. That's not his income. He's trying to look badass because he doesn't have any financial responsibility because he's going to inherit money from daddy. That's the kind of guy this dude is. The biggest kind of loser.
Never received an inheritance. I don't know what inheritance I could have got. But you know what? I got 6 Rolls Royces on my own. Supporting Donald Trump. I got brand new cars, Tahoes, Trump trucks, billboards, money, because you know what? I get up every day and chase my dreams in this world that Donald Trump let us do that and fight for freedom.
I hope he asks, what do you do for a living?
The thing that people joke about is your whole Born to Ride Donald Trump.
Born to Ride 45, that's the gang.
Yeah.
Born to Ride. He was indeed born to ride.
That's the gang. We out here putting on for Trump.
I bet I could convince him that glazing is whenever you're like super in favor of somebody and it has no negative connotation, and I could get him to say that he's a Trump glazer. I bet I could convince him within moments to say Oh, hell yeah. Trump glazing. Yeah, glaze for Trump. Yeah. I bet I could get him to say that. I totally could. I could convince him. He wouldn't know what a glazer is. If you don't know what a glazer is, it's somebody who blows someone so hard that they constantly and just dick rides them and sucks them off that they have been glazed with the cum. So this guy is a glazer for Trump, if it's not obvious. I could get him to admit it without realizing that he's admitting it.
Do you like
putting on for Trump? Then people out here putting on for Trump.
That's funny though. It's funny.
I don't think it's funny.
It's so
It's funny.
Dude,
I don't think it's funny.
Born to ride Donald Trump.
I don't think that's funny.
I think that's where we'll end things. A little bit of an insight to what the Trump supporters' copium has been with this whole trial. As a nice little final cherry on top to this absolutely amazing line of events that has been Donald Trump's legal downfall. I cannot wait to see where this ends up. I hope he ends up in prison. That would just be phenomenal. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. Good God, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. This has been a longer stream than I thought. Holy crap. Guess it's good timing to wrap things up. Whew. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5 donation. So kind of you. Thank you. Says, in the stream of that FNT, that Pog doesn't show, is that Mahler called Uncle Rudy a character with the most said name, a pendejo, which is a derogatory insult for idiot or asshole. In the stream of that FNT, that doesn't show. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I think Mahler's pretty cringe and probably racist. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I just hit 4,450k subs. Hell yeah! Hey, everybody, go sub to a pillow. I think it's pillow? Or is it exclamation point a pillow? There you go. Everyone go sub to a pillow. Pillow's good friend of the stream and is growing quick, so you guys should go join that. Go sub to a pillow before 1 billion subs. Channel's been blowing the fuck up recently. Wouldn't be able to do it without you, Zan, so thanks for your help. I'm sure you'd be able to pop off without, like, getting shoutouts, but it definitely helps, I'm sure. I'm happy to do so. No problem. Let me know, by the way, if you're down for FF14 after stream, because I am about to go play a fuck ton of FF14. Listen, everybody. Ya boy just got into Stormblood. Shit's picking up. I'm about to go to Doma. I'm on the ship to Doma, and I am excited. I am damn excited. So that's what I'm about to go do. I'm about to go to Doma. I gotta do a dungeon first. Balthazar, you want to join me for the dungeon? It's the one on the ship on your way to Doma. I imagine you know which dungeon that is. I forgot the name. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a great time, and that's what I'm gonna be doing. So with all that said, thank you all so much for coming out today. You've been amazing and epic and pog. And with all that said, have a damn good one. Bye-bye. Do fart.